I imagine you're like these politicos in DC don't understand that at a local level, people actually pay attention to who their council people are, I mean, look, in Seattle, they're calling into the council meetings complaining about the radical experiment of defunding the police. They're not calling Trump. They're not blaming Trump for that. This is what I think these DC people don't get. They all follow each other. They see the news about the federal government, SCOTUS, Congress, and Trump, and they think that's all anyone cares about.
Yeah, because all the mainstream media have all the connections to the money. You know, the establishment. They all are connected in their own little bubble. And they're like, tell all the news to push out this narrative because we need the people to believe this. And then they're doing that, and the people are like, sorry, we don't listen to that anymore. We realize that that's BS. So we're not going to fall prey to that. So
I think
people are waking up.
I think it's less nefarious than that. The study that I was citing before found that in cable TV, Fox, MSNBC, and CNN, all these producers, they still talk to each other on Twitter. So they share the same guests, and even though they claim like Fox News is fake news, but MSNBC is better, and then other people are like, no, MSNBC is Fox News. At the professional level, these people are all talking to each other.
So it's not malicious; it's ignorance.
They're in bubbles.
Yeah,
they are in isolated bubbles. Man, it's really crazy. Look, when I started Twitter, I curated some activists, some conservative outlets, and some mainstream outlets, and some leftist outlets. These people, when they get on Twitter, is they immediately follow their friends.
Yep.
So the only things they see on Twitter, what they think is real life, are the things their friends are talking about.
Good point.
Then, because all their friends are complaining about Trump, they don't realize regular people in Pennsylvania. Dude, I was in PA and I can't remember who I was talking to, but they did not care about Trump. They were talking about, I don't know who the governor of PA is. Who's the governor of PA? Is it Wolf?
I think. Yeah.
They were like, can you believe what this guy's doing? And I was like, what's he doing? And they were like, oh, dude, it's been a disaster. He's out marching with these people.
Yeah.
Right.
And I was like, interesting. What do you think about Trump? And they're like, what's Trump doing? He's not, like, I live in PA, you know?
Right.
People don't get it, man.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some of my former Facebook friends that were reaming me out for saying I'm going to vote for Trump went ahead and also complained about Gavin Newsom a lot. Like, they were ripping him apart. And I'm like, how are you, like, do you realize what Trump's doing is trying to help you? And Gavin Newsom is trying to sell out your state.
But it's not even about that, right? I'm saying you can absolutely hate Trump.
Yeah.
But do you think they're going to vote for Gavin Newsom again?
No, definitely not.
Exactly.
Absolutely
now,
not.
I still think they'll vote Democrat. They'll just primary him from someone further left, and the downward spiral continues.
Right.
But this is the point I'm making, that even the people who hate Trump, there's going to be a reaction against the local level Democrats.
Wow.
Like Gavin Newsom. So that's why I think what we might see is akin to the UK, not because Trump is going to, landslide everything, but because we're going to see something really interesting shift. So we recently learned that progressives, a couple progressives just beat in their primaries. They beat the incumbent Democrats.
Yeah.
And that is a part of it.
I saw that.
They're angry about what the Democrats are doing, and they're voting for change. But the only direction they know to go is the left, because the right is evil, I suppose. I do think, however, the suburbs are not going to view it that way, and they're going to be like Trump. So Trump will probably landslide. We'll see, though, man. Cheating is a factor. Mail-in vote failure is a factor. 25% of the ballot in Brooklyn being disqualified is a factor. So who knows what's going to happen? I genuinely believed that Trump would not win in 2016, not because he didn't have the support, but because they wouldn't let him win, either through, dirty games or hard manipulation of the vote.
Yeah.
Like, I've known about vote box hacking for a long time. Some like teenager at a hacking convention hacked a voting box, a digital voting, voting booth.
Yeah, I remember that.
In like a couple hours or something.
Right.
So it's like, dude, I'm not confident at all. And then it turns out they actually did cheat. They colluded with other establishment organizations like CNN, giving the questions to Hillary, so they could try and stop Bernie Sanders and try and stop Trump, but they weren't enough.
Yeah.
Too many people were addicted to Trump.
Well, now they made ballot harvesting legal in California, I think. And in Nevada, they're trying it also.
Hello? We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah.
The media, they definitely have allies in media who will try and stop anyone having these conversations.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Look, in 2018, I was thinking about this. I'm like, I said that I thought the Republicans were going to sweep.
Yeah.
And then early on, the initial reporting was that Republicans, for the most part, did. But then they started saying, oh, found some ballots.
Oh,
found some more ballots.
Oh, here's some. I found them in Biden's basement.
They started finding ballots all over the place, and then all of a sudden, all these Democrats ended up winning, and then there was the blue wave.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's weird.
Sketchy.
Early on, I was very much just like, well, wow, the mail-in ballot said, didn't expect that. Should have waited. Now we're at this point where we're seeing all these votes get disqualified, and I'm like, could it be that you have corrupt people? I'm not talking about some like grand conspiracy where Hillary's got puppet strings. I'm talking about you get one dude who's got Trump derangement syndrome, and he looks at a ballot and he can see it's Republican, and he goes, "This one's I don't think the signature is right." They throw it in the garbage. Or what happens if one post office worker sees a big box and it's from a heavy Republican district, and he just looks around and he kicks it under a desk.
Hey, you know what's really funny?
What?
So I saw a stat. I didn't have a chance to check it, but I read something like 76% of postal workers are actually Republicans. Whoa. So if you don't want the election to be rigged in favor of the Republicans, you should probably just not do mail-in voting.
I just think ultimately we are not prepared for mail-in voting.
Well, we're not.
Well,
and it's going to be.
I mean, if the masks work and we could go shopping at Walmart, why can't we go stamp a freaking thing?
Yeah, go riot.
It doesn't make any sense.
Voting is more essential than anything else in this country.
100% agree with you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, maybe if you're like bleeding to death, we can rush you to the hospital and gotta wear a mask.
Well, I mean, if we got certain members of our government that are selling out our country, it's awfully important to me.
Yeah.
And that's what it seems like what's happening.
This is the big question, man. How big is the silent majority? How active are they?
Yep.
And are they going to crawl over broken glass to make sure Trump wins? Because
Definitely.
every obstacle is being thrown in everyone's path.
It's emboldening everyone. Everyone's going, bring it on, Democrats. We don't care. At least that's me. I like to only speak for myself, but I see it out there. But I know I'm gonna go out there and I will walk over glass to vote. Absolutely.
Somebody I know posted a meme from the Biden campaign about all of the bad things Trump has done and like all the problems.
A meme.
Yeah, of course. Of course. So I went through
wonderful.
it. I went through it point by point.
Yeah.
Breaking everything down and basically fact checking all of these nonsensical claims. First of all, they said, the COVID deaths, and I was like, well, 10th Amendment, right? Trump doesn't have the authority to go to the states and dictate what they can do or can't do during a pandemic. So can you really blame him, especially with Cuomo?
And he tried to help also.
Right. I posted the link to Andrew Cuomo from ProPublica saying he was responsible for 6,500 deaths by putting sick people. Then there was one about unemployment, and I'm like, Trump didn't make COVID happen. The Democrats are the ones who locked down their states and shut the economy down.
Yep.
Trump was opposed to that and said, open things back up.
Yeah.
So you can't blame him for this. And I go through this, and I'm like, I respond in each and every point, and the response I get was a nonsensical meme. Just another meme reaction face.
Just like some sort of anti-MAGA.
No.
That's what I see a lot.
It was a general reaction meme.
Oh, okay.
Just of like a, And I'm like, I just broke all this down for you. All these lies from Biden's campaign about what's going on.
Yep.
There was only one thing on the list that I was like, yep. And it was the inflation of the national debt. And I was like, yep. Trump said he was going to knock it down. It was going to go down.
Failed.
And it's certainly gone way up. Yeah.
That makes me so mad. The
national
budget, yeah.
Well, now things are getting scary when it comes to the economics, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but at the same time, he's going after big tech companies that have this multinational, not paying taxes, kind of, working the system to get out of the way, and he's going after those people. Maybe that will help bring our deficit down quite a bit.
We need, in my opinion, manufacturing back.
Absolutely, 100%.
We need to help the people here get jobs because the competition in labor market will allow people to get better wages. We want the pressure to be on the business owners, not on the job seekers.
Yeah. The
job seekers should be excited that there's always a new job around the corner.
Yep.
And these businesses are fighting to get the best talent.
Well, you know what there's going to be a good future in? A couple things. Glass. Because all these glass of every company has been, I mean, it's funny, and it's sad, but it's true.
Hold on. Can you explain why?
Well, the rioters have been breaking glass everywhere. I mean, everyone knows this.
Yeah.
Now, concrete, no joke, concrete, and learning maybe like what's going to be the advances of concrete. Our infrastructure needs a rehaul.
Yep.
Our dams, there's over 3,000 dams that provide energy for our country Like you know about Three Gorges Dam right now and what's going on there. They built that and finished it in 2008, and it's already it could be crumbling like right now, right? So it's only 12 years old, right? And the dams in our country have been around. Average is about 50 years old, okay, and with a shelf life of 57 years. So in the next 7 years, a lot of our energy structures, the dams, are gonna need to be rehabbed.
Yep.
So there's gonna be a boost. You know, we're gonna have to take care of that, or else our energy is gonna go away. So concrete, learning how to construction, trade, electricity, heating and air conditioning. If you talk about global warming, what's up, Boku? And we're gonna need trade is a huge thing. I'm just giving a little tips for people who are looking for what to work for, and it's like those are all things that are going to be needed soon.
I'm going to cite Jim Cramer on this, and I want to talk a little bit about a little bit of economics.
Okay.
Jim Cramer said the best numbers of our lives in reference to the stock market, unemployment, all of these things under Trump before COVID, just broke everything down, and the Democrats locked down all of these, basically locked everything down. And they're arresting people who dare try to run their business. There's a couple things that say to me it's not at all about COVID. There was a woman who was live streaming on Facebook products in her store and saying, I'm going to show you, tell me what you want, and then I can mail it to you. The police were sent in to shut her down.
What?
I'm not kidding. Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Why?
This is a while ago. No idea. She said they were like, ma'am, you have to close. And she goes, we are closed. Can't you see the sign? And they're like, yeah, but you're doing stream to sell stuff. And she's like, yes, I'm in my building with the door closed. What? And they were like, nope, you have to stop.
Man, so that makes me think of that tweet that AOC tweeted that everyone Larry David not Larry David. Larry David.
Listen up.
Sorry. Man, what is his name? Who did Uncle Tom the movie? I'm spacing right now.
Shoot. Larry Elder.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Larry Elder just tweeted this, and people are hitting me up like, whoa, is this real? And it's that AOC tweet that's saying, look, we just got to keep the economy down because if it rebounds, it'll help Trump get reelected. And it's just like, I think it's fake.
It's fake.
I know, right? There's no proof that it's a real thing, but man, does it make sense what you're just saying? It's
Take a look at the source.
Why are they trying to do this?
Take a look at the source.
It's clear that they want to keep the economy down because that's what Trump is known for. He built an amazing economy. Like, we were churning money. Everyone was making money.
Yeah. News 12, New Jersey. Police interrupt business owner as she was selling items on Facebook Live.
Wow.
A small business owner who had to close her non-essential business says that she has had several run-ins with police while she tried to make some money. The latest incident came while Catherine Hermes was conducting a shop-from-home style Facebook Live from her country home store in downtown Bernardsville. Hermes and a friend were inside the store, both not wearing masks, showing off the products to viewers who can purchase them online. Police showed up around 9 p.m. on Tuesday. Police told Hermes that it had to be closed after 8 p.m. and that she and her friend needed to have masks on. Hermes defied the executive order forcing her to close when she opened her store to customers last Saturday. She did physically open her store at one point. But this was her doing a live stream. Could you imagine if right now the cops showed up and said, yo, business is shut down. What do you think you're doing talking on the internet?
I think the internet would riot.
Did anybody riot for her?
I didn't know about it till right now.
I covered it when it happened. I talked about it, and I said,
well, to be fair, I don't watch all of your segments.
No, I know. But listen, this is not about COVID.
No, it's definitely not.
A little old lady, okay, I'm exaggerating, a woman running her business.
Yeah.
I think she's like a boomer or middle-aged. And she's live streaming products, and they show up and say, shut it down. You can't do this. Wow. What?
That's crazy.
How is she spreading COVID by selling stuff on the internet?
I know,
I order stuff from Amazon all the time.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Amazon is being bolstered. Their stock is going way up because they're the only thing left. And now I'm going to show you what's going on. So here's my ultimate point as we get into this.
Yeah.
Jim Cramer, best numbers of our lives. Out of Joe Biden and Donald Trump, who do you think is going to help fix the economy? I have literally no reason to believe Joe Biden can do anything to help the economy. And all of the things I don't like about Trump are irrelevant when it comes to who knows how to make money. Sorry, it's not going to be Joe Biden.
No.
Which brings me now to the more serious stuff I've been seeing lately. Check this out. Bitcoin price rises above 3%. Rises 3%, as gold trades above $2,000 for the first time. I have no idea what it means that gold is above $2,000 for the first time, but I can tell you that I have seen gold and silver go way up recently. Look at this. Gold prices surge midday Tuesday to reach an intraday record above 2013. Silver jumps nearly 5%. What is silver currently trading at?
27.
27.
Yeah, from
Whoa.
22 just the other day.
Oh my god.
Wow, man.
Up.
That's
Check
crazy.
this out. Early stage mortgage delinquencies hit 21-year high. This stuff is freaky news, man.
That's crazy. 21-year high.
So listen, I've talked to a lot of people about why you got to buy your gold, people. And they're always telling me different things. I've heard from some people that people are buying gold right now because they're not confident in the U.S. economy. So they're you basically look at it this way. You've got two platforms that are going up and down, and you want to stay floating. So everybody's jumping over to hard metals because they retain their value,
Right.
because they think dollar's going to drop. People can't pay for their houses. People are, I think it's, what is it? It's 21-year high. The spike caused an overall mortgage delinquency rate to jump to 6.1 from 3.6 in March, interrupting 27 straight months of declines, according to a report from CoreLogic. So we're now entering the 2008 territory. Apparently, we're worse than the Great Depression or whatever. What happens next? A lot of people think that, once this is all over, once the lockdowns end, everything recovers. But they're telling us second wave, and they're telling us to lock down again. They're trying to make sure these businesses are crushed completely.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
The economy is going to be in the gutter, and that's why people are jumping ship. I don't know what their plan is, but I'll tell you what, for me at least, doesn't make me confident in Joe Biden. Makes me
Definitely not.
absolutely more scared that Joe Biden would win.
Yeah.
What would make anybody think he's going to fix the economy, especially when we're seeing all this insanity?
True that.
No, Trump is the economics guy.
Yes, he is.
What happened with New York in the 80s or whatever?
In 1983, when he finished the Trump Tower, I mean, he convinced a lot of rich people to move in. And that increase of money, like one apartment sold for $10 million. New York got the taxes from that. So all these taxes that he dragged in when he finished that building, I mean, crime was crazy in New York in the 70s. So when that happened, like Donald Trump changed New York City with that tower. He changed it. All the rich people that moved in, all of a sudden they were there. Yep.
Bolstered the tax base.
Yes, he did. Exactly.
What's happening in New York now?
Oh, can we talk about that next? This is a
Do
this is
it.
a
Go
perfect
for it.
segue. All right,
Go
so
for
check this out. This is from what is this? Fox News. Cuomo calls on wealthy New Yorkers to come back to the city. I'll buy you a drink.
Truly
You
sad.
did this to yourself, Cuomo, and
Yeah.
De Blasio. They did this.
To be fair, Cuomo's made more mistakes. He's made tons of mistakes.
True.
But he has been repeatedly saying for a long time he does not want to raise the taxes on the rich. They're already really high, and he
Yeah.
needs them to stay.
Yep.
Because he knows exactly what you're talking about. With Donald Trump building that tower,
Mm-hmm.
inviting the rich people to come to New York under this, it was hip, it was popular, you want to live in this building, it was luxury, it was cool.
It's still a nice building.
Oh, definitely. I heard he's got a golden toilet. Is that true?
I don't know. I want to use it though.
Right.
I mean, who doesn't, right?
Exactly.
Anyway, rich people moved in. It bolstered the tax base. It resurrected this city. I was
Yeah.
watching a documentary about it. This is why Cuomo is begging them to come back. They're not coming back.
No. Why would they?
You have to be insane to go back to Bill de Blasio,
Yeah.
New York City.
Absolutely.
That guy's nuts.
Yeah, I feel bad for that city. I spent half of my life there. I have a big love for New York, but not anymore. Like I see what they've done to the city and what they don't care about the people in the city. That's all I see.
You know what makes me really angry? I've never been a MAGA person.
No.
I've never. I sit back in my chair in 2016 when the Trump people and the Hillary people were all yelling, and when Trump won, I just laughed.
Yeah.
Because
I remember you
like
telling me.
the comeuppance of the snooty elites.
Yep.
But I didn't vote. I didn't care. I'm like, I'm not gonna have anything to do with this. But now, I'm really angry the Democrats have forced me into a position where it's like, you finally done it. I gotta climb off this thing. This fence, it's really tall. Okay. I've been sitting on this fence minding my own business, and I gotta climb down and go, press a vote button, because I look at the history. Donald Trump launches Trump Tower, bolsters the tax base in New York City. Hey, that makes sense. The city starts making more money. It works.
Yeah.
Donald Trump gives us the best economy of our lives, according to Jim Cramer. I can't deny that. I'm like,
Yeah, the past 70 years, a couple people's lives.
the data was there. The data said unemployment was at a massive low for marginalized communities. We were seeing, businesses doing better and better. And I was like, I can recognize that, but I'm still kind of like, whatever. I have no incentive to get involved. Now the Democrats are literally burning everything to the ground.
Yep.
They're the ones shutting things down. I am being forced to leave this state because of the insane governor of New Jersey. This guy's nuts.
Who's another one that has blood on his hands because he's
putting people in these nursing homes. Do they think I'm stupid? Do they think I don't like people like? Listen.
Yes, Tim. They definitely do.
Right.
They think the American public is stupid.
But this is the point I'm making is, I run a business. I run a bunch of businesses. I got to do a ton of research. I gotta talk to lawyers all the time. I got to read the news all day. I mean, for me, it's look. I get it. The guy who's selling, chairs at a furniture store doesn't have to read the news all day. But people who run businesses are paying attention probably to a greater degree to understand what the new regulations are. Can I sell these chairs anymore because they passed this new law?
Yep.
And they're seeing the governor of New Jersey and Pennsylvania and New York going. I don't know about Cuomo himself, but the mayor of New York going out and marching with these protesters just after they burned down a bunch of parts of their cities.
Yep.
And they're going, what?
Or that $1 billion company that moved to Texas or moved to Arizona.
Yeah, from Seattle. It was a $1 billion hedge fund. So I don't know what they managed a lot of assets.
Well, they're no longer in Seattle.
Yep.
They're in Phoenix now. So
how could anyone look at all this and think Joe Biden is going to save us from this crisis
when he doesn't even make appearances? He can barely create a solid sentence that's coherent. Like I never understand what he's saying. It's always just a joke to me. Like, wow, it's kind of fun, like trying to figure out what he's saying.
So what are our options? Do people really think like, hey, vote for Biden so everything can burn to the ground?
Right.
It's like, okay, look, I understand Trump's got, what did Sargon say about him? Because they don't like his diction.
Right.
I'm like, that's one way to put it. But he's not the character. There's a lot I could talk about, but it's not. I don't care to rehash all this stuff.
Well, the whole thing about this will be Biden's America, and
that's true.
And they're like, well, it's Trump's America now, and it's like, no, those are the Democrats doing that. What are you talking about?
Well, these people, it's a bit more complicated. The shield wall of moms are the Democrats.
Yeah.
Who would vote for Biden. And Antifa hate Biden and hate liberals and hate Democrats, but will use them as human shields to advance their ideology.
Yeah.
The reason why that's Biden's America, not Trump's America, is because in Trump's America, he deploys DHS to go bolster the U.S. Marshals at the courthouse and defend federal property.
And then you have the Marxist leader that straight up says, well, Biden is more malleable and will bend the knee to what we say if we riot.
Biden's going to fall asleep.
Yep.
And I don't even care if it's Biden at this point, because let's operate under the assumption it won't be Biden.
Okay.
For whatever reason, I don't know. By the end of the month, it's not going to be Biden. We'll see, but I don't care who it is. When you get these Democratic senators like Merkley, every word out of his mouth just a lie.
Yep.
He could say the word "the," and I'd be like, "You're lying. I don't believe you." He did this hearing where he's like, the peaceful protesters and Trump's secret police with unmarked blah blah blah. And I'm like, none of that is true. None of that is true. So you've pissed me off. Now I got to climb off this fence. I'm not happy about it. Okay, I don't want to be involved. I'll tell you this: the economy is in shambles, and I'll tell you what, man. You know who's the least person affected by it? Me, because I do an internet show where I talk about politics, and as long as politics are churning, my business is not impacted. But I see all these other people who are telling stories of torching their furniture, figuratively. Their lives are being destroyed. They're struggling. We're printing money like crazy, and I'm like, dude, this needs to stop.
Yep.
I got a van. I can go live down by the river, be fine for the rest of my life. What about all the other people who don't know where they're going to go, who don't have money for food? We need someone to fix this problem. Now you got me sitting here going like, the only person who can do it is Trump.
Yep.
Joe Biden is a disaster. He's a disaster when it's not even about policy. And so now I'm sitting here looking at New York, and this is the best example. Cuomo begging the rich people to come back.
Yep.
Okay. Is he going to beg Trump to come back? Trump, come help us.
Right.
They've been begging for bailout money. I'm sorry, man. It's gotten so ridiculous. Anyway, I don't know. This is. I'm looking at the.
Aren't they setting up some borders? You have to be quarantined for 2 weeks. What's going on with that?
I think I have that right here.
Oh.
New York City to set up quarantine checkpoints at city borders.
This is gonna fix it.
Who would want to live in this place?
Nobody. That doesn't
crazy,
make any
man.
sense.
I know.
Seriously.
Well, I mean, it makes sense in a certain capacity, but it's going to jam everything up, and it's going to be a nightmare for the people who have to come in and out of that place.
Do you remember when Sandy hit New York?
Yeah.
You were living there too, right?
Yeah, I got a cool story. One of the bus stops fell over, and people were skating on it.
Oh, dope.
Yeah, they were grinding on the top of it. It was cool.
So the city of New York, for the 3 days that they shut down, lost $2 billion in revenue. $2 billion in 2 days from tourism and just shopping and taxes of everything. So you can imagine, like, how long has New York been shut down now? 5 months. So 2 days, they lost $2 billion in revenue.
They won't. They can't recover, bro.
They cannot recover, especially because all the rich people moved out, and now they're quarantining anyone that comes into the city. How are they going to get away from? How can they bounce back from that?
They can't. And I was seeing an estimate that 1/3 of small businesses will not come back.
Yep.
They're just gone. They're gone forever. And
in New York or across the
New York
country?
City.
Exactly.
Yeah.
New York's done.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What's this?
I give you
Oh boy.
New York City.
Oh.
You want to read it?
New York's wealthy Upper East Side reports a shocking 286% increase in robberies, with armed gunmen holding up residents just feet from the homes of billionaires.
Wow.
Wow, I didn't know this. When is this from?
Yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
286% increase.
Yep.
Well, I got a buddy who dipped at the beginning of March. He was like, I'm out. Me and my family, we're dipping. They got rid of their apartment. They moved out.
Poor New York, man.
That's what I'm hearing from pretty much everyone I know that lives in New York.
Yeah. I'm hearing from a lot of people getting out of cities.
Yep.
I was talking to a progressive friend of mine in LA, and they were like, "How you been? What's new?" And I'm like, "Just getting as far away from cities as possible." And they were like, "I dig it. I could totally do the same thing."
Yep.
It's an issue of who can afford to do the same thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now, that's why I think we're in desperate need of someone who can solve this problem. And that's why I say I'm like really angry with the Democrats that they could have literally chosen any viable candidate from a whole slate of people. And you can disagree with them on policy, but hey, I'll tell you what. For all the things you might disagree with some of these other Democrats about, even Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Like, you can think I think she's nasty. I think she's very evil. I think she's very corrupt, my opinion of her. But at least she's like capable of speaking English.
Yep.
You know?
At least she's honest about wanting to use slave labor.
Seriously. They said, there was an article, Joe Biden's VP will be the most powerful VP in the history of this country. Maybe that's the goal, I guess. And it's going to be Kamala, you know.
You think so? That's who you're betting?
I mean, Politico, did that, what people like accidentally published that it was.
Yeah, but remember, that's if Biden is the DNC's choice, which I just don't think that's going to be the case.
I don't know what's going on with these people. And that's why I'm like, listen, even if it was Tulsi Gabbard, even if it was Andrew Yang or Pete Buttigieg, Donald Trump still has the economic experience.
Yes, he does.
And that's that. What's your argument against that? That he's a bigot, that he's nasty, that he's racist? I'm like, that's true, but how many people need to starve to death because you don't like the opinions of Trump?
That's not even true.
No, the point I'm saying is, if they're going to call Trump racist, I'll be like, okay, so how many people should starve to death because you don't like the way the president speaks?
Right.
What's your answer to that? So we had, like, what was it? I think it was the World Health Organization, I'm not sure, saying like 250 million people are going to starve to death due to the shutdowns. And people are cheering for it, and I'm like, listen, how many people are going to die from COVID versus starving to death because of the economic shutdown?
Right.
How many are you okay with? I see that you've put on a hat.
Oh.
Well, there's a reason.
Oh, is there a reason?
No beanie, no peace.
Yes.
No beanie, no peace. I got you, chat. I got you.
Did we get it?
And you got me. Thank you.
My goodness. We nailed it.
No beanie, no peace.
Great work, everyone.
I love this chat. Our fans are the best. I love you all. You guys are all fantastic. Thanks for coming here with us, because it's not the same without having you guys all here.
And now that we're
love them.
and now to bring you back to the despair.
Oh, no.
Thanks, Tim.
I'm definitely gonna.
I love
do it.
my boss.
Check it out. 250 million people could be pushed to the brink of starvation by end of year.
Oh, the
United
UN.
Nations.
Yeah.
The economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic will last well beyond the virus itself.
Yep.
This was in April. Now they're talking about shutting down again. This has gone beyond insane. And I'm tired of saying it. I've talked to friends where they're like, we have to lock down, we have. And I'm like, dude, 15 days to slow the spread. What day are we on? 140?
Yeah.
Well, but we've had, because people wouldn't wear masks. And I'm like, okay.
But the cases are spiking. Yeah, well, the deaths are still going down. That means it's not that bad. Period. It's not that bad.
Should 250 million people starve to death?
That's basically what they're arguing for.
and they don't
You're
care.
gonna kill your grandmother. It's like,
It's just like with Greta Thunberg.
yep. They
We
don't.
have to stop all fossil fuels, even if millions of people die.
How dare you?
How dare you? We must burn down the entire global economy to feed people.
Wrong.
Yeah, she
She
is
is.
very wrong.
She's not literally saying that. Now a Snoke is going to pop up and be like, Tim Pool claims Greta Thunberg says all these people should die. False. Tim Pool lies. Yeah, yeah, joke. She's talking about shutting down fossil fuels. Right now, economic lockdown is going to cause mass starvation around the world. And these people don't know or don't care or don't have to get tribal reasons. I am flabbergasted.
Yeah, that's a great word.
I am discombobulated.
Also
Oh,
good.
All right.
Another
Keep it
obscure
going.
words.
Yep.
Keep it going.
No, that's all I got.
I'm
Disgruntled.
verklempt.
What?
What?
Verklempt.
Verklempt?
Oh, I like that
What does
one.
that mean?
That's an old SNL reference
Oh.
from a bunch of old ladies. Chris Farley. It's old.
Verklempt.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to look it
I'm
up now.
verklempt. It's when you get all choked up and can't speak anymore.
Ah.
I think that's. I don't
I got. All right, I'll Google it.
How do you navigate the space where you have the Democratic Party bending the knee to people who don't know 2 + 2 = 4?
Gosh, I don't.
I'm not exaggerating, my friends.
Literally not.
I'm not.
1984, man.
The woke on Twitter are literally arguing 2 + 2 can equal 5. Right? So they're saying things like, well, it depends on how your axioms and your definitions. And it's like, no. Stop. You will never have a circumstance where you take 2 pens, and Adam takes 2 pens, and then you get 5 pens. It's like a fifth one. Magically appears. Actually, I guess if you cross your eyes and like put them together, a weird third finger appears.
Well, you know when you take 2 quarters and then 2 quarters and then you do this, it kind of makes the illusion that there's 3. That would be sick, though.
That's what I don't know.
The point is, 2 + 2 = 4.
Yep. Yep.
Math.
There are 4 lights. Actually, we have 6.
Yeah. that's not fair.
But there are 4 lights. Star Trek reference.
Learn how to count, Tim. Come on.
What do we do when you have the Republicans saying far right, like the Klan and these groups are bad, and the left says, well, there's no Antifa, that's a myth. And then the Republicans, like the moderates, go, equals 4. And the woke left goes, actually, I can think of at least 3 ways to make 2 + 2 = 5. No, you can't. You can create a different equation where 2 + 2 = 5 with qualifiers. But the literal equation is true. Because true and false exist. And then you have Democrats going, whatever they say on Twitter, I'll just repeat in the Senate.
Yeah,
How long? How
That's what
long?
it seems like
How
they're
long?
doing.
How long until a Democratic congressperson or senator goes, Joe Biden will get him and go, 2 + 2 is 5. Listen here, Matt. 2 + 2 can be 5.
You know the thing?
You know the thing we
No,
talk
that
about?
won't happen.
It won't be Biden.
No, they'll lose the majority of the middle. They can't risk that.
That's what Elon
here's
says.
what I would like. I would like, there was someone made a joke in response to this 2 + 2 = 5 thing that the woke left is doing.
Okay.
That Anthony Fauci unequivocally announced that 2 + 2 does in fact equal 4 and never equals 5.
Fauci said that?
They're making a joke.
Oh, okay,
That if
okay.
he did, they'd be like, oh, well, then it must be true. And I'm like, okay, Republicans, just passively ask this. In your expert opinion, Dr. Fauci, is there any circumstance where 2 + 2 could be 5? He'll be like,
What?
no. What? Thank you. That's all.
That
And
was
I'll
my
be like, I
question.
don't
Thank you.
understand. No, don't worry about it. You don't need to understand. I just want it on the record.
Yep.
How many Democrats would be like, I'm not answering that question? Not kidding.
Probably all of them.
Yep.
Because they can't risk losing the left
So few.
that they
tiny
think is
minority.
like the important voter base that they need to cater to. It's ridiculous.
The argument that 2 + 2 can equal 5 is basically saying that you can make anything equal anything by changing the meaning of words.
You
Right.
can.
And that's what they've been doing for a long time.
They're showing
Here's what
their
I'd like
hand.
to see. I would like to see a video of a Republican or anybody politely asking a Democrat, is there any circumstance in which 2 + 2 could be 5? And then have them say either, oh, I don't know, I'm not gonna get involved, and then just have that video go viral.
Yep.
There you go. Democrats can't tell you what 2 + 2 is. Go vote for him. Do
Yeah.
it if you want to. That's where we're at right now. That's reclaiming my time. Yeah. All right. How about we hop over to their super chats?
Yes.
Yeah, super chats.
Yeah, it's interesting. Do you know? So we're a republic, and I just want to read this. I was talking to Anisha about this earlier. And in a pure democracy, laws are made directly by the voting majority, leaving the rights of the minority largely unprotected. Right? So a republic, which is what we are, laws are made by representatives chosen by the people and must comply with the Constitution that specifically protects the rights of the minority from the will of the majority.
Yes.
So it's like the Democrats are ignoring the majority now and are only focusing on the minority and making laws for the minority alone without the will of the majority.
They think they're talking to the majority.
Right. They think that.
Right.
But that isn't true. Exactly. They're ignoring the majority now and only solely going for the minority. And that's why they will never answer the 2+2.
It's because they think Twitter is real life.
You're right.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, you're right.
They look at these people on Twitter and these journalists who are also just on Twitter, easily influenced by activists to manipulate them. And now they're off in some fringe corner talking about 2+2 equaling 5. And they mean it. They really do. And so you've got, what, probably 92%, if you get rid of all progressive activists, are sitting there going, what?
Yeah.
2+2 is 4, man. Like, I don't know what's going on.
I see a direct connection because I think because the Democratic Party is so involved with the journalism and the journalists are so involved with the activists and they're on Twitter in their little tiny micro bubbles, that kind of explains the problem that the Democrats are having with not being able to see the bigger picture of what people actually want.
And that's why I think Trump is on track to win.
Someone in chat, I love this chat. Chat's the best. I just want to say, someone in chat just went 20 + 20 = Trump. And I was just like, yes. That's good. That's good. All right, let's read some chats.
I'll just end by saying this. You take a character like Trump, and it reminds me of Family Guy when they hired an ugly woman to stand next to Meg, so she looks better by
comparison.
By comparison.
Yeah.
And then she grabs the other girl and pulls her closer, and it's like I think this country deserves a lot better than Trump, but right now Trump is the only option we have.
I don't know. The more I look into his policies, like he's doing an incredible job for our country. He's making our country stronger.
I agree.
He clearly likes our country and wants it. Like, no, he hasn't been a lifelong politician. Sure, he's not. He's a little rough around the edges in public speaking. He speaks to everyone instead of just a specific group of people. Which the Democrats, they cater to each individual person instead of just going, "You're all Americans. I'm going to talk to everybody." And that's what he does. So I disagree. I think we need that right now.
And I respect your disagreement.
Awesome.
That's exactly what should be happening in this country. And that's exactly what I think is going to happen. I think a bunch of disaffected liberal types are going to be like, I've been told this. There are people telling me Democrats need to be sent to They've gone insane.
Yep.
And we should be having a politician who talks a lot. Here's what I've said over and over again. If we had a Democrat who agreed with Trump on a ton of policy issues, economics, but was more charismatic, a better orator, and just all around more like with some military experience or something. If you just had Trump here, the Democrats would win things. Because the American people are looking for someone who's going to stand up for them. They're looking for someone who's going to fix the economy. They're going to bring our troops home. And the Democrats don't offer any of those things. So what do you get? You get Trump, who is rough around the edges. I'll put it that way. I'll be polite. And we could have more if the Democrats cared. They don't. But you know what I think it is? They don't want to help the American people. Trump does. Trump's got issues, but at least he does want to help. The Democrats, they can pretend to be charismatic and charming and be there for you, but they really want to push themselves. It's been going on for too long, and now they're being scared they're getting kicked out. Let's read the super chats.
Sounds good.
Rigel J says, to Tim, the gang, and fellow viewers, the military and various three-letter agencies are being infected with SJW-focused ideology through the diversity, equity, and inclusion departments. They are resistant, but give it 5 to 10 years. If you are in any of them, speak up now. We've already seen it. The Army put out a statement, an email that said MAGA was white supremacist.
Yep.
What?
Yeah. Yep.
It's ridiculous.
Yes. And a bunch of other insane things like property taxes were white supremacy. Not kidding.
What?
Ian Hall. Yes.
Indeed.
I'm not kidding. The Army did that.
The Army put that out?
And it's a big scandal right now saying it's a violation of the Hatch Act, and they're trying to track down who did it.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. The Army did it.
That's ridiculous.
That's why I'm saying.
Okay. So someone in their
The Army has an Office of Equity and Inclusion.
Right. Someone in that office put out like a tweet or something?
Email. Send an email to all these other Army officers saying, here's the things you need to understand about racism and white supremacy. And they said saying Make America Great Again was a white supremacist slogan.
Ridiculous. There's nothing wrong with making America great.
They're nuts. Ian Hall says, happy birthday, Lydia.
Ah, thank
This
you.
super is for Soy Space Jesus. He got upgraded.
Just Space Jesus sounds good.
Space Jesus.
Drop the soy. I don't even like soy. You got the
Satan. To make sure Lydia gets trashed for her 21st again.
Yes.
Birthday.
Correct.
General Poole of the Salty Army gets nothing.
Oh.
He has yet to don the beanie of the God Emperor. His share goes to the cats.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
Give it.
Audio Lord says, this is some Book of Revelations type stuff going on. Trump will sound the two horns government. When the Hail Rider comes, I'm too hot for this. Well, there you go.
I'm gonna spin this UFO. It's not spinning. It's throwing me off.
One man Militia says, hey Timcast team, I am a soldier serving in Afghanistan and about to head home. Thank you guys for keeping me sane and informed in these confusing times. Keep fighting the good fight. We need more people like you.
And thank you for your service.
Absolutely, and I'm glad to hear that you're coming home.
Yes.
And you know, when I told you this guy I know, he posted this meme from Biden. One of them was that Putin put bounties on American soldiers, and I was like, my response to that was, and almost right away, Trump said, bring our troops home.
Yeah.
What should he do?
I know.
So I was like, that's the perfect narrative for me to be like, oh well.
Yeah, but he knew. He didn't. He's claiming he didn't know, but he knew, and then and now he's trying to bring him home. What do you got? What do you got now?
And the people, like the Democrats and Republicans, blocked him, saying, no, we need to understand what's going on with these bounties before you bring the troops home. And it's like,
No, you don't.
Wait, what?
So you admitting that our people, our soldiers out there are in danger, and he wants to bring them home.
Yeah.
But you want to keep them there in danger that you're admitting that they're in.
If you have not already,
Smash it.
well, they did.
Not enough. I want more
Owned it.
smashes.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say,
Smash.
you can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and Parler at Timcast. I'm
almost done.
You can go to @Adam Krigler on Twitter, Instagram, and Parler and smash his follow button.
Oh, yeah.
Smash it. Let me get my camera.
Oh, here. Still
Smash it.
very important.
Smash that follow button too. Yeah.
All right.
Pre-workout.
You
I was having a good time.
You're getting more clips for the next Smash the Like Button compilation.
That's
Did you?
super
I don't know if you
I
guys
saw
seen
it,
that.
yeah.
It's
Dude,
great though.
hilarious.
Yeah, there's a Smash the Like Button compilation someone put together of me. It's pretty great.
That's amazing.
It's pretty great. So
Don't-
someone's actually working on a Spin the UFO compilation.
Nice.
I don't know. I
And
haven't
don't
seen
forget-
it yet. So
You can follow @Sour Patch Lids.
It's true. And you should
LYDS on Twitter and Parler.
especially today
It
because
is my
her
birthday.
birthday today.
Absolutely.
follow
She
me.
is 21
Yes.
again.
Correct.
21 again.
This is true.
For the I don't know how many times.
Second time.
It's second time.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the second 21st birthday.
So you are 37.
Yes, that's how the
Not
math
37.
works. Math checks out.
You're clearly not a mathematician.
And if you guys haven't, if you're new to the show, also check out my main channel, youtube.com/TimCast, because I'm really close to breaking 1 million subscribers. So I'm definitely going to be pushing it.
And you can also follow Adam Cast, IRL. I'm really close to breaking 100,000 subscribers. So I'm really excited about that. You can check out my past deep dives on Tesla and Donald J. Trump if you haven't checked that out yet. And I will be doing more. I haven't gotten to set up my studio yet because we are moving soon. And you can tell
Yeah.
more.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be good.
I bring this up because someone mentioned in the chat that once I break 1 million subs, that I'll wear the MAGA beanie. And no.
No,
That's
that's not how
gonna
it works.
happen.
They like making up
They make
rules for
stuff
us.
up.
I
And they're
know.
like, oh, you said this.
But I will mention my channel because you can go to timcast.net and then it's the easiest way to do it. Subscribe if you haven't. I'm close. Joseph Kasky says, I'm a geologist working remotely in Alaska, live in Colorado. Inspired by you guys, reconsidering my career, and want to start interviewing people because I feel for people like the Cuban business owners in Louisville. Recommendation on interview equipment, camera, mic.
This is the Shure SM70. All the big YouTubers are using it.
This is for podcasting.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do like field reporting stuff,
Oh, okay,
you
yeah,
just
good
get
point.
maybe like a Sony. What's that
Just get
camera
a 4K.
right there. What's that camera right there? Right there. The one
Oh yeah, yeah.
that camera right
This
here.
is the Sony.
It's getting all dusty. RX 107.
Oh yeah, it went with us to
Yeah,
California.
the RX 107.
Boom.
This thing is tiny.
It's good
I mean,
work.
it's not. You might want to get like a a stand for it. One of the gamable systems, so it's nice and smooth. But it's really small. It's actually quite heavy.
And it's got incredible audio.
Oh really?
For real.
Just by itself?
Yes. And you got to be careful in holding it because it's got stereo sound. It's a really, really good camera. It can film at 960 frames per second with a special feature.
We are not sponsored by Sony, by the
No,
way.
we're not.
Not at all, no.
But all the cameras we use are actually Canon cameras.
Oh yeah, let me get my close-up. Check this out. I just got my my Tom McDonald
Tim, do you want to zoom in?
HOG Hangover Gang. Really stoked about my sweatshirt.
So Broadcast Dave says, this has to do with one of Jake Paul's associates looking at a Drama Alert video in reference to Jake Paul being raided. Drama Alert, that's Keemstar. You can check him out. He's probably got more details on exactly what happened with Jake Paul. Nikki Witch says, happy birthday, beautiful Lydia. Also, Hughes is a horrible person who said on video that she didn't care if she bankrupted Carl,
Dude,
nor
nice.
nor that he has kids to feed. She did, yeah. And Sargon said, she said something, do I know that he has kids and do I care? She's like, of course I don't care, or something like that. Air Techie says, most semi-auto long guns are not legal in California. The Air 15 in photo is enough to put you away for a long time in California.
Oh yeah.
By the way, spin that UFO for Lydia's birthday.
I'll
Nice.
spin it. I'm
Yes.
gonna go opposite.
Ooh.
I don't do that for just anyone.
Mixing it up. Yes.
Scooby Doopy says, happy birthday, Lydia. Love your show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Harrison H says, did you see any of the Senate Judiciary questioning of Sally Yates today? Some of those questions, some of the questions was really intense about Obamagate. I watched a bit, but didn't really focus too much on it. The audio was really, really bad, and I just defer to the legal experts I follow because often the things they mention, I'm kind of like, I don't know what the legal ramifications of that are. So I follow a few lawyers who break it down.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of international research today because there's
China.
explosions.
Yeah, dude.
I mean,
Fires.
explosion in
Everywhere.
China, North Korea, Iraq, well, fires in France, Albania is on fire. Man, the
Dude.
world is on fire.
What the heck?
This is crazy.
Gary Flanagan, in reference to Jake Paul's weapons being seized, he says, Tim, it is most likely because he is under investigation. When under investigation, weapons can be collected to be tested for use in criminal acts. Interesting.
All right.
Bo Talley says, every time I chat with a Biden supporter, I ask them, tell me why you support Biden without mentioning Trump. Every single time I get a deer in the headlights look. Adam, spin that UFO hard.
I'm going to spin it hard because that's so true.
Yeah.
Yep.
That their only
Without
answer is,
naming
I
Trump."
don't like Trump.
But that's their strategy, I guess. That's the strategy, man.
I mean,
Andrew says, hey, Tim, I saw you were looking at Safelite body armor. Don't. They are a bit shady when it comes to their certification rating, when it comes to effectiveness, RMA or HESCO, and avoid steel armor. Well, so this is actually really, really great. I love that you brought it up because I was looking at body armor, but I was looking at a ton of different companies. And because of this, so the ads that are popping up are all body armor companies now.
Yeah.
People notice.
Yes.
Someone emailed me like, "Oh, I see you're in the search for body armor." And I was like, "Actually, that was a long time ago. It just the gold thing that would pop up in a lot of ads
Yeah.
was a very long time ago as well.
And skate ramps.
I don't use this computer for anything for the most part. It's like a production computer.
Right.
So when these things pop up, it's because like at some point I Google search something. And the other thing you need to realize too is a lot of the ads that pop up are going to be research related. So it's like we're looking at a story and we'll look at something and all of a sudden the ads pop up. So, but yes, definitely looking at body armor. As most of you know, I have a bunch of guns now for the first time because times changed and now it's like you gotta And there is other news too. The SIG M400 that was sent by Crowder is actually, it's been specially modified. It is sitting at a shop. I cannot currently go pick it up, but once we relocate, they're going to send it to the new location we're at. So I can't get it yet.
Oh, really?
It's sitting at the shop
But they can send it to us in the new
at the new
spot?
location. So it would
Nice.
kind of make no sense to have them send it here when we're going to be relocating really, really soon.
Okay.
So I was like, man, it's going to be sitting there for a bit. Nothing I can do about it.
Oh, it's
But
not
they
gonna
did
go
send it,
anywhere.
and I'm excited. And special thank you to Crowder and the team for sending that weapon, because apparently, like, the shop was saying they got a call and it was a big deal, and they were like, we got to get this guy this SIG. It's
Yeah,
gonna
like
be
the owner
fantastic."
of who makes it?
Sig
makes
Sauer?
it. Sig Sauer. I guess the owner called them, right? Is that what
They-
you said?
something about like a high level dude. Like
They're
they were
like,
like, we
"Whoa."
gotta get this done. We gotta get this guy this weapon, and they're really excited about it. And it's too difficult to get right now.
Do you think that they can?
It's because of New Jersey's restrictions.
So maybe
it.
they can take it back and un-New Jerseyfy it, so it's more awesome.
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think they added a muzzle brake or something.
Oh, okay.
Which
okay.
I don't know what that means.
We'll look it up.
Yeah.
We'll learn all about it.
Yeah. But basically, it's because of New Jersey's restrictions. It's very, very difficult to go pick up. Basically, it would take too long, and I have to go back and forth and deal with it. And I was like, we're going to relocate somewhere else. And they were like, you got it. Don't worry about it, buddy. And I'm like, awesome. The guy says, with everything going on, my wife agreed to us moving somewhere remote to start up a homestead.
Oh, cool.
We think it will be a healthier life for our daughter. What states would you homestead in? You three are welcome to come if it hits the fan. New Hampshire.
Montana.
Yeah.
Idaho.
Yeah. Wyoming even.
I like
Colorado. South Colorado is really nice.
Yes.
New Hampshire state motto is live free or die.
I like that.
South
Yeah.
Dakota seems pretty awesome.
Yeah, South Dakota.
Their government seems like great. They've handled this COVID awesome.
Texas, I guess.
Yeah. I was gonna
Texas
say
is
Texas.
great.
Because what, like Elon Musk is moving there?
Yep. And Joe.
And Joe
Steve
Joe
Crowder.
Rogan.
Yeah.
And Crowder's down there. Wow.
Crowder's there, yeah.
Man. Well, we're going to a top secret facility in the middle of nowhere.
Top secret
Outer space.
facility.
We cut a deal with Elon. We're going to Mars.
Yep.
We're going to do the show from
We're
Mars.
gonna be the first.
Awesome.
We'll be the safest. Sean Patrick says, I wonder if the Democrats secretly want Trump to win. Once they lose their common enemy in Trump, the party will completely fracture.
Yep.
Also, Tilt-A-Whirl is the ride you're thinking of. HBD.
Tilt-A-Whirl. But isn't that the thing that spins and then goes up and keeps spinning and then comes back
Yeah.
down?
And it rotates and stuff. And
yeah. But maybe that's also the one that was
It
from.
tilts and it whirls.
I think
don't know.
I think the Democrats want Trump to win.
Yeah, you've been saying that too. Yeah, that they want him to win.
I've been leaning towards it, and I think it's because the only unifying thing the Democrats have, it's basically what Sean is saying,
yeah,
is Trump is bad.
Trump bad.
But I don't know. I don't. It's weird. They're not campaigning though.
No, they're not.
They're not knocking on doors.
Because
And they're
Biden's not going to be the choice.
Maybe.
So
maybe.
obvious.
But then will they be able to muster some kind of charismatic? At this point, it's 2020, man. We just had a major explosion in
All across
Lebanon.
the world.
Seriously.
Fires and-
Supposedly, it's the 4th largest.
explosion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was like, is this real? I mean, you got the 2 nukes that went off in Japan, and then I forget the 3rd largest one, but supposedly it's the 4th largest one. I don't know if that's really true though.
It's like 100 stories tall. It's huge.
So
Yeah.
Javik Macrat says, "Love your work, Tim. Get that MAGA beanie on." No, it'll be a begrudging vote when it comes to that point, but no MAGA beanies for me. Yeah, Adam will be your MAGA beanie friend.
That's right.
I'm your MAGA beanie friend. I'm okay with that.
It's all right.
Samuel Eddy says, "The Earth King invites you to Lake Laogai."
I don't know what that is.
Laogai. It's from Avatar. So
Oh, okay.
when in the show, the city of Ba Sing Se has a mandate that no one can mention there's a war going on.
Oh.
So when outsiders come in, they hypnotize them and they keep saying, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. So when the Democrats keep saying Antifa is a myth, there's no violence.
It's the same.
Exactly. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the meme.
Cool.
Gaslighting.
Gaslighting for sure. James DeGrees says, happy birthday, Lydia. Please use this to buy something you want.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. Daniel Rafford says, Trump won in 2016 and will win again because the people are tired of the establishment. People can say what they will about his attitude, but his policies are strong, and he's a bull in the establishment's China shop. Yes.
Yep.
There's a lot of bad things you can say about the guy.
Knocking
but
him out.
I've said this before. He's a bull who kicked in the doors of the ivory tower, and he's running around up top, and all these establishment people are going, oh, egad, and they're like, oh, and they're fainting. And if Biden
Clutching
wins,
their pearls. My goodness.
they're telling all the peasants, the bull is terrible. He's ruining everything. Get the bull out. And there are peasants who are going, okay.
But you use peasants, but like most of the people are like, we
It's
don't care about your China shop. We don't have a piece of that.
The people who brought the bull in.
Yeah.
But these progressive populists would be better served by Trump winning.
Yes.
To finally crush the establishment, and then the populist left has their opening.
And end trafficking.
If
Make
I'm
America
I'm saying,
solid.
man, if Biden wins, the far left will be crushed and marginalized, and they will never have another opportunity. That's why I think they would want Trump to win.
Yep.
Interestingly, however, there was this resistance high-profile guy who said these Antifa guys may as well wear Trump stickers or buttons because everything they're doing is helping him.
It's true.
And I'm like, And then he said it was I think Gary Kasparov is his name, something
Yeah.
like that, the chess guy.
Yes.
He said the far left is afraid that if Biden wins, they'll be marginalized because they're being used. But if Trump wins, then the establishment is gone, and that's their opportunity. So, say, for better or for worse, I'm surprised the far left isn't out there saying Trump is better than the establishment, to be honest. Maybe they don't want to admit it, but they do want him to win.
Can't bring themselves to say it.
Yeah. Akapot says, people are waking up to the 11th hour, yet it feels like 8, 12, 16 to me. Dems still have 95% of media. You give me hope, but YouTube main page shows Black Lives Matter videos with 7 million views. Truth is the minority. We forget Trump lost by 3 million popular votes. Now voter fraud, don't give up. I wonder what the live stream numbers for YouTube, what good numbers are. Let me just be completely honest and without feigning any, I don't know, whatever. Look, we've got right now 48,758 people watching.
Woo.
This is more than some of the largest shows I've been on and have seen before. And this is consistent. So we've been hitting these numbers a lot, and I was thinking about it.
Wait, hold on. Before you move on, I just want to say that's because we have the best chat and the best fans.
Yep.
All right, you can continue, please.
Yes.
But
Just had to say
to
that.
all of you who are watching, seriously, thank you all so much. But I was thinking about it, and I'm like, how can there be these shows from these progressive channels that can't break a couple thousand views after years of doing it? And we're on month 5, and we're consistently getting 40 to 50,000 viewers live on YouTube.
I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the certain beanie I'm wearing.
Oh yeah, as soon as
The
you wear the
magic
beanie,
magnet
it's
beanie.
magic.
No one cared who we were.
No,
until
but
we put
listen,
on the
listen.
beanie.
What it says to me is that perhaps the silent majority is real.
Definitely. Yep, they absolutely are.
Akapot mentions Black Lives Matter videos with 7 million views, and I'm like, yeah, that's true. I think we get like a couple 100,000 to 300,000 total podcast listens for the
Right.
full shows, and then we're actually doing really, really well with the clips. So we're actually getting like 1 million views a day on all this content. Maybe that
Thank you.
million views is substantially more than 7 million on one video, right?
It's a good point.
I would say so.
So maybe that's something to be hopeful about. Keeping this in mind, for all of you who are watching, this is exactly the reason you can look around and see you're not alone. And that's why I feel that way too. And I'm like, wow, this many people care about
That's
the
great.
positions we're in. I'm clearly here. Listen, I'm clearly here saying I don't like Trump, and
Yeah.
you're clearly here saying you do like Trump.
Definitely.
We're both talking about why. For me, it's a
Why we're both going to vote for him.
you're loving it, and I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm gonna go in there and be like, fine, I guess.
Yeah.
But this, I think a lot of people feel that way.
Well, you also got to take into mind, we talked about this yesterday, most people are busy working. Most
Right.
people are busy not sitting on the internet, not sitting on YouTube. They're taking care of their families. They're taking care of their responsibilities. And the people on the left have no responsibilities. They don't want responsibilities. They're sitting on the internet wallowing in their victimhood. That's why I see that video getting 7 million views.
Right.
Because it's being shared and watched over and over, and they're sitting in that anger, and they're like, I'm so mad at Trump. And it's like, you have no idea what's really going on in the world, because that's the only thing you sit and dwell on.
The other thing is, I
problem.
think too, is a lot of these people. Well, it's basically, I'm just adding to what you just said.
Yeah.
Because they have nothing to lose, they can quit their jobs,
Yep.
and that gives them pressure on industry. So they'll go to their boss and say, "I'm quitting because I want this," and they'll go, "No. We'll do what you say." The dude who's got a family, kids, who's got responsibility, he's gonna be like, "I can't quit,"
Yeah.
and that creates a huge disadvantage. But they'll vote, and they will vote. Cigar Panda, thanks for the super chat. Deus Flex says, I live in Japan and I find it amusing how Western media went from shaming the Japanese for not locking down to holding up as a gold standard for wearing masks, despite last month having the largest outbreak in cases since the pandemic began. I know, I saw that. I thought it was hilarious. Nothing makes sense. Sweden never locked down, right?
Never did.
And they're fine.
No masks. schools there. Everything's dropping down to nothing.
We should be more like Sweden.
Sure.
Well, they said that for a while,
I
and
know.
now they're like, well, you can't really compare, and it's
I
like,
know.
well,
Okay.
we can compare an individual state to Sweden, and when you do that, it still looks bad. Like we are not doing it right.
When they were like, we should do healthcare like Sweden does, and then all of the moderates and conservatives and just rational people were like, yeah, but there's 9 million people in Sweden. So
Basically,
and
yeah.
they export weapons. They have a strong export. Like one of the largest weapons exporters per capita.
That's how they stayed neutral in World War II.
That's
Giving
right.
guns
Gotta
to
do
people.
it.
So
For
we
both
have
sides.
330 million people. We can't do it as easily.
Right.
Now that Sweden's doing really, really well, they pick up that, Sweden is much smaller. Yeah, okay.
Spare me. Kaleem
Yeah,
Mim
exactly.
says, I was only going to vote Libertarian, but after what Joe said, I changed my mind, and during COVID, my perspective of Trump changed when he defended the businesses while governors and mayors was hurting them. Even though I live in Boston, we're doing good. I'm going for Trump. Thank you, Kaleem.
Awesome.
We could be in our own bubble, you know.
Sure.
But I'll tell you what, man. I've been on some pretty big shows, and for us to be consistently getting like upwards of 50 or more thousand viewers, that to me was like,
Love
maybe
you guys.
we like look over the past several months. It's just been a dramatic increase in the people watching, and that gives me hope that the ideas I have, the things I think, other people think the same things.
Yep.
Not completely, but the idea is the sentiment. So I'll talk about news and stuff. We talk about the show, how we feel, and there are a lot of people saying, "Man, I totally get it."
Yep.
And I want to, tell me more. If we weren't getting any views at all, I'd be like, we must be wrong about something. Maybe it could be that we've just found a small bubble that's, sitting in a big circle, patting each other on the back. But I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't.
I think this is
really
this is
don't.
what the majority of people think.
I think when you look at the Gallup poll, which says 81% of Black Americans want the same amount of police or more, that says it right there.
Yeah, that's
the
huge.
defund the police narrative is a lie. The abolish the police narrative is a lie. These are extremists, and the Democrats aren't standing up to them.
And most Black Lives Matter movements, you can see, it's like 80 and 90% privileged white liberal
I
people,
noticed that
like
in
from the
Louisville.
suburbs.
Yeah.
from the
Yep.
suburbs,
Yeah.
like you guys, what are you doing? Then they're the ones throwing the bricks. It makes no sense. They're
guilty.
being so virtuous behind a virtuous movement while trying to rip down the system.
Well, Josh P. just said, Tim, you are a pawn of Trump. Explain yourself. I resend my time. And happy birthday, Lydia.
Thank you.
So I'm assuming it's meant to be a bit of a joke, but I will explain myself. The Democrats just repealed civil rights legislation in California, voted to at the state level and at the Assembly and the Senate. And I didn't believe it when I heard it. And then I checked, and they did. And then I asked my friend and said, help, help. The Democrats are trying to take away civil rights. And they said, but it's a good thing. And I went, what? And I said, how is it that the progressives, Bernie Sanders, fought for this legislation, and now Bernie Sanders is on the side of people who are taking it away? That to me right there was like, I'm done. I'm sorry, man. I can't allow a political party to maintain power when their active goal is to strip civil rights from people. The left will say the same thing, and they'll say like, we're going to remove these civil rights protections under the guise of ensuring civil rights. This is what I said to a friend of mine. They told me, but Tim, if we repeal the civil rights law which prevents discrimination, then we can have affirmative action and help minorities. And I said, okay, let me ask you a question. Do you realize that a large portion of California outside the cities is conservative, right? Yes. You realize that a large portion of the counties outside of, LA, San Francisco, and, San Diego are mostly white, right? Yes. Okay. Do you think that those people are racist? Some of them, yeah. Okay. Do you think some of those racists work in government? Yes. Do you think they will be emboldened to be racist and discriminate against minorities now that you've given them the power? Well, I guess. Then why would you give them the power? But I mean, I guess. I'm like, right. Now, personally, I don't think Republicans are going to start putting up signs that say white people only or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you believe that's the world that exists, why would you vote to repeal these laws that would allow someone to put up a sign saying only white people allowed in this city, in the government, in the police?
They don't believe it.
It makes no sense. The bill would allow the police to only be one race. So you get an area that's predominantly one race. You are ending diversity. They don't get it. That to me is these people have lost their minds. Matthew Lincoln says, Lydia, there's a tradition where I come from. When it's your birthday, you have to go on a date with me.
Oh, is that the tradition? Huh, interesting. Good to know.
Joseph Pardon says, hey, Tim, you got shouted out by Don Jr. Someone posted it on the Reddit. Give it a look. A shout out?
You got a retweet, I know.
Well, he's retweeted me a bunch, but a shout out, that's different.
I don't know. I'll have to look.
Yeah.
Ooh, let me check.
Did he?
Who shouted you out? Sorry, I was reading.
Trump Jr.?
I'm reading about this
Yeah, he's
Twitter. Locked out President Trump.
The campaign.
People have been they've been hitting us up in chat, and I just wanted to see what is going on. And I guess it seems like the campaign, because they talked about hydroxychloroquine or something.
Wow.
They want him to take
kids,
it down.
Yeah.
The Trump campaign?
It's not it's not Trump's account. It's Team
account.
Trump. Campaign account.
Think about how insane it is that Trump is the president who created the task force, who is the one to
It's because it's $3 grand a pill. They want everyone to have to take this $3,000 vaccine when hydroxychloroquine is like 20 cents. Well, it's like $2 or something.
Well, look.
But still, if it works, it works.
But maybe it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
That's not the point. The point is, if the president wants to speak to the American people and say, here's what I recommend as the president, who is Twitter to shut it down? That to me is insane.
This is news guarded too from American Military News.
that the campaign was
Twitter
shut out.
Twitter bans Trump campaign from tweeting until it removes misinformation in quotes on coronavirus.
Wow.
That's what it says. That's nuts.
Think about what happens next when the CDC, under pressure from its employees, 12% of whom demanded that racism be declared a national public health crisis, and then all of a sudden, Trump says something like Black Lives Matter is a Marxist group. They say, we're not going to let you tweet until you remove dangerous misinformation because racism is a public health crisis. Saying these naughty things about Black Lives Matter is a violation of people's health and safety.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it's coming.
Morality policing, that's what you've been saying.
And this is why I'm really angry with Republicans, because they had from 2016 to 2018, they could have ended this, but they didn't, because they're dumb and they didn't care, and a lot of them retired. And I'm not confident they'll actually do it, because what we need is, there's 8 Republicans who agreed with withdrawing our forces from Afghanistan, 8, and 3 Democrats. Wow, we need a lot more than that.
Sad.
Yep, sad.
To quote a great
Indeed.
man.
Oh man, but we'll see, I guess. Ryan Yeager says, new to Tim Pool, guy is so awesome. MSM is trash, and I'm glad people are starting to realize it. HBD Lydia, is it
you.
happy birthday?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Someone sent us this really cool.
Oh, sweet.
I got a white
you got a
sweatshirt.
white shirt. There you go.
Check this out. So it's one of those things you stab into a tree. I'm not gonna stab my hand.
Stab.
So then you can see it. It's
So
a cool
cute.
owl. Shiny.
I like it.
Yeah. So thanks
Right
for
on.
sending me
Yeah,
that.
thanks. Those are super
There's
cool.
a couple other things but that's my favorite out of that group.
Yeah,
Today's Wednesday, right?
it is.
I don't even
It is
know
Wednesday,
anymore.
Today's
my dude.
I
Wednesday.
just go with the flow.
So it is now past 10 o'clock,
Oh,
which is it's our time to go relax, go to bed. I wake up again at 7 a.m. to get back to work, so I just work all day nonstop every day.
I salute my beanie to all of you for hanging out with us.
Thank you all so much for smashing that like button. We're about to hit 40,000, which is I think is
Whoa.
the most we'll have ever had in a
40,000. Come on, let's do it for Lydia's birthday.
yes.
Smash that like button
Best
before you
gift ever.
leave.
Thank you.
For Lydia's birthday, 40K.
Don't forget, follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and Parler at Timcast. You can follow at Adam Krigler in the same place. So for those of you that don't make it for the live show, we have clips.
Yes! Starship, baby! They did it! They did it! Starship, they put it up in the air! Yeah! Yeah!
Sorry, I was just trying to match Tim's enthusiasm.
Yes! No way! Yes!
So when I was in college, for a while there, like a lot of college students, I
Three, two, one. Hello, Deborah.
Hi.
We were just talking. You're locked up in Toronto. You were thinking about flying here, but they fill the planes now, you were saying, which is a little disturbing. I did not know they're doing that.
Yeah, they usually would leave the middle seat open, but as of about a month or so ago, they book it fully now. So I was super excited. I'm so sad that I can't be there with you because I've been counting down the days and I was thinking I have to at least be in LA to do Joe's show, but I was just a bit scared.
Yeah, well, it's scary. It's weird. I mean, how many people have you known that have caught it now?
Actually, nobody.
Whoa,
Isn't that wild?
That's crazy.
Everybody I know knows at least one or two people. I don't know anyone, so I'm very, very lucky.
I'm up to 9 friends. 9 friends have gotten it.
Wild.
Yeah, 2 of them got it bad. Yeah, 2 of them got it really bad to the point where they were hospitalized. But
wow.
Yeah, it's one of them was an older guy, and one of them is a guy who was 45 who just was run. My friend
Hello.
Michael Yo, who's just run down. He was like just really.
G'day, mate.
How you going? Just
All good, mate.
got a fucking cup of coffee.
exhausted from too much traveling and too much. I mean, it was really a crazy schedule that he was on, and he wound up catching it. He had it bad. He was hospitalized for a week.
Oh no, is he doing okay now?
Yeah, he's fine now, but his endurance is really low. Like his lung capacity suffered.
That's the thing, because when this happened, I felt like, okay, everything has to stop and I have to take care of myself. We take it for granted, right, when you're healthy. But the minute something like this happens, this is something that I would have never even thought about.
Are you taking a lot of vitamin D?
No, everyone has been telling me to take vitamin D. I take Omega.
Well, that's good, but you should really, vitamin C and vitamin D are critical, and zinc. Zinc is critical. But vitamin D in particular, they did a study, several studies actually. Dr. Rhonda Patrick was on the podcast talking about it, and she said that there was several studies that showed that in the people that were in the ICU with COVID, more than 80% of them were insufficient in their vitamin D levels, and only 4% were sufficient. Yeah, so it's not a prevent all. It's not provable, but there's got to be some sort of a correlation.
I feel like if you're giving me personalized advice, I should probably take it, because I'm sure a lot of people would pay a lot of money for this.
I don't think they would. I think you're wrong. A few people would probably. But I've talked to enough people that I think vitamin D, zinc, and vitamin C seem to be critical. But just overall health is very important. I mean, it's one of the things that my friend Andrew Schultz was saying, that was exposed by this pandemic. The vulnerabilities of our economic system and the vulnerabilities of our health system. Like human beings there's too many of us that are just not well. We don't take care of ourselves. So when something like this happens, you don't just get sick, you could die from it. Whereas the vast majority of people that get it, they're not going to die from it, but there's enough that it's a significant number. It's scary stuff.
Yeah, who could have predicted that this was ever going to happen?
Not me. So what's it like in Toronto these days?
It hasn't been bad. We're almost back to normal, so that's been very exciting. Yeah. For me, I've been writing this book for the last year, so my life hasn't actually changed that much, which probably sounds really crazy, but when you're writing a book, you're literally inside working all the time.
Yeah. So explain to people what the book is.
So the book is called The End of Gender, and before I go any further, I'm going to explain the title, because some people, I think, misinterpret what when I announced it on social media. Some people were getting upset because I think they thought I was taking a very, very far left progressive view, and I consider
most people, right? Like people, there's a thing that people do
popping gums at each other any chance they get. The fight clock is brought to you by Modelo. One of the greatest knockouts you'll ever see!
Oh my goodness!
Oscar stiff as a board!
Oh my goodness!
Blood!
Oh my goodness!
FBI team determined that Crossfire Razor, Flynn investigation, was no longer a viable candidate as part of the larger Crossfire Hurricane umbrella case. A review of logical databases did not yield any information on which to predicate further investigative efforts. This is on January the 4th, 2017, where the FBI was making a recommendation through a memo to drop General Flynn from the counterintelligence investigation called Crossfire Hurricane. We now know that Peter Strzok told Mr. Barnett, wait a minute, the 7th floor at the FBI wants to keep this thing going. What happened next? A January 5th meeting in the Oval Office. We've never had a chance to talk to Ms. Yates about that meeting. What do we know? We know that after the general briefing, there was a pull-aside that President Obama asked Comey and Yates to stay behind. And President Obama mentioned the fact that he was aware of an intercept between General Flynn and the Russian ambassador, Mr. Kislyak. Ms. Yates was not aware of that intercept, and she said in her 302, she was so surprised by the information she was learning that she was having a hard time processing it and listening to the conversation at the same time. The President of the United States knew about the surveillance of General Flynn talking to the Russian ambassador, but the number 2 at the Justice Department did not know. The question is, who told the President? And did they have the authority to tell the President? Did they go around Ms. Yates in the Department of Justice? If so, why? The bottom line about the January 5th meeting is to find out how the number 2 at the Department of Justice was unaware of this event. And to the public, why does this matter to you? General Flynn was the incoming National Security Advisor. The election was over. Trump had won. He had picked his team. General Flynn was going to be the National Security Advisor replacing Susan Rice. Well, what have we learned? That there were intercepts between General Flynn and Mr. Kislyak, the Russian ambassador, in December. Flynn was talking to Kislyak about Russian sanctions imposed by the Obama administration. Those conversations have been released to the public, and he was talking to the Russians about, give us a chance to come in, don't escalate now, let's see if we can work through this. Here's what's so stunning to me. There were people at the FBI considering that a violation of the Logan Act. What is the Logan Act? It is a law that was written in 1799 that prohibits American citizens, without permission from the government, talking to foreign individuals about differences in policy. So I want everybody in America to understand the way the system works. The transition team of the incoming administration should be talking to foreign leaders and representatives about how the transition will work and about policy differences. I'm going to ask every senator to think, have you called a foreign leader in your time in the Senate to express differences of concern about a particular administration policy? Have you violated the Logan Act? I consistently talk to foreign leaders about my differences with Republican and Democratic administrations. Have I violated the Logan Act? I called up the Israelis and urged them to push back against the Iran nuclear agreement because people in America will listen to you. I thought it was a bad deal. Did I violate the Logan Act? I called the Kurds and our allies in Syria, the SDF, and I asked them to rally their allies in Washington to push back against President Trump's decision to withdraw all of our forces from Syria. Did I violate the Logan Act? No. No one in history of the Department of Justice has ever been prosecuted for violating the Logan Act. Why are we having these hearings? To make sure that laws like this cannot be used as political tools to get people you don't like. And we need to clear up once and for all how the Logan Act works in America. I dare say that every incoming administration routinely has discussions with foreign leaders about policy differences and how things will be different. Ms. Yates, when she understood what was going on, was very concerned that a prosecution under the Logan Act was being contemplated. The question is, who brought up the Logan Act in the January 5th meeting? Whose great idea was this? Ms. Yates's 302 interview, where she talked about the January 5th meeting with the FBI, doesn't mention the Vice President being in the meeting. But what do we now know? We know she was shocked and was having a hard time following the conversation because she was stunned that the president knew about the intercept with Flynn and Kislyak, and she did not. What have we learned? We've got an email from Susan Rice to herself on Inauguration Day, and it starts with, on January the 5th, the meeting in question, following a briefing by the IC leadership on Russian hacking during the 2016 presidential election, President Obama had a brief follow-on conversation with FBI Director Jim Comey, Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates in the Oval Office. Vice President Biden and I were also present. This is evidence coming from Susan Rice that in the January 5th meeting, the set-aside, the Vice President was there. What else have we found since we last talked to Ms. Yates? We found agents' notes from Mr. Strzok that Comey, the director of the FBI, reported to Agent Strzok, who was intricately involved in Crossfire Hurricane, and gave him a readout on the meeting. According to Agent Strzok's notes, handwritten notes, it says, VP Logan Act, President, these are unusual times. VP, I've been unintelligible on the Intel Committee for 10 years and I've never. President, make sure you look at things and have the right people on it. President, is there anything I shouldn't be telling transition team? This is the director. Kislyak calls appear legit. Strzok is telling us that Comey told him that not only the Vice President was in the January 5th set-aside meeting, it was the Vice President who brought up the Logan Act. We need to find out what happened and who was there, and this is the first step in the journey. And again, why does it matter? It matters a lot to me. We have oversight of the Department of Justice here. How could it be that the number 2 in the Department of Justice not know about an investigation of the incoming National Security Advisor, and the President did? Who at the FBI, the Department of Justice, went around Ms. Yates to tell the President about the investigation? Whose idea was it to suggest that the interaction between Flynn and Kislyak was a violation of the Logan Act? If that's going to be the standard for this country, you're destroying the ability to do a transition. And to every senator in this room, we have all violated the Logan Act under that theory. Every one of us has reached out to some foreign government to show differences with the current administration. The Logan Act has never been used for a reason. I think it was used here as a sham reason to find out more about General Flynn, who the Obama administration did not like. So the bottom line is, when this is over, we need to fix it. We need to make sure going forward in the next transition, no matter who wins, that you can talk with foreign leaders without being afraid of going to jail. General Flynn wasn't talking to the Russians about, hey, pay my house off, give me money. He was talking to the Russians about, don't escalate the sanctions, fight, give us a chance to come in and we'll start over. My God, if that's a violation of the law, God help us all. And to her credit, Sally Yates did not want to go down that road. General Flynn was interviewed on January the 24th by the FBI without her permission, against her counsel. She recommended that the Department of Justice notify the current administration about the concerns they have with General Flynn, that the right thing to do would be to call McGahn and the Trump administration and tell them about the concerns they had about General Flynn. The FBI went down a different path. The FBI calls Flynn and suggests to him that you don't need a lawyer, that we just want to talk to you, we want to get it over quickly. Do you mind meeting with us? And when Flynn said, I'd like my lawyer, says, no, if you do that, we have to go way up to the chain. That will slow things down. And what did Flynn tell McCabe? Well, you've got the transcript. You know what I said. If there was a violation of the Logan Act, you had the transcript. Why did you need to talk to him? They were going to manufacture a crime, not try to figure out what he did. That's my view. We'll see if over time that matters. I'll end on this. If he had followed Mrs. Yates' advice and gone to the White House to tell them about their concerns the way he should have done it, because she said what happened with the FBI was problematic and inconsistent with what should have happened. Been a lot of heartache saved in this country. So we're going to keep pressing on to find out what happened in that January 5th meeting, and we're going to try to fix this so it never, ever happens again. Folks, I'll end with this. The Obama administration, Department of Justice, had one view of the Logan Act. The FBI had another view of the Logan Act. But the thought that the Logan Act could be used against the incoming National Security Advisor who was talking to the Russians about different policy, that could be used as a basis for an interview, that could be a crime, should shock us all. Because if it can happen to General Flynn, it can happen to everybody on this committee, because we do this all the time. Senator Feinstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As I understand this, today is the second hearing in the chairman's examination of Crossfire Hurricane. That's the FBI's investigation into Russian election interference and ties to the Trump campaign. Inspector General Horowitz confirmed after a 19-month investigation, the FBI had a legitimate basis to investigate whether the Trump campaign was involved in Russia's efforts to interfere in the 2016 election, Specifically, in late July 2016, Australian officials informed the FBI that Trump campaign advisor George Papadopoulos had advanced knowledge that Russia was willing to, quote, assist the Trump campaign, end quote, by anonymously releasing dirt on Clinton in the form of thousands of emails. The FBI learned this 1 week after WikiLeaks had released 20,000 emails that Russia had hacked from the computers of the Democratic National Committee. Given the circumstances, it was essential that the FBI investigate. Today's witness, former Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates, has said Russia's attack on our election required both an investigation and a response. And as Inspector General Horowitz confirmed, the opening of the investigation had nothing to do with reporting from Christopher Steele, the so-called Steele dossier. That counterintelligence investigation, Crossfire Hurricane, eventually became the Mueller investigation. And former Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein recently confirmed to this committee that the Steele dossier had nothing to do with the Mueller investigation either. Mueller's investigation detailed sweeping and systematic Russian interference in the 2016 election. The special counsel determined that the Russian government, quote, perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome, end quote. The Mueller investigation uncovered more than 120 contacts between the Trump campaign and individuals linked to Russia, revealing that the Trump campaign knew about, welcomed, and expected it would benefit electorally from Russia's interference. The investigation also established that individuals associated with the Trump campaign repeatedly lied to Congress, the special counsel, and the American people to conceal their contacts with Russia. We also disagree with President Trump and his allies' claims about Michael Flynn, namely that Obama officials, including Vice President Biden, unfairly targeted Flynn in order to undermine Trump's presidency. And the facts are well known and not in dispute, but let me review them. In late December 2016, President Obama imposed sanctions to punish Russia for its unprecedented attack on our democracy. That same day, Flynn spoke several times with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak. Transcripts of the calls reveal that Flynn urged Russia not to escalate matters, but to respond to U.S. sanctions in a, quote, reciprocal, end quote, or, quote, even-keeled, end quote, manner. Flynn did not express disapproval for Russia's interference in the election. Instead, he sent a clear message that the incoming administration was not interested in holding Russia accountable, a message that undermined U.S. policy. When Flynn was interviewed about his conversations with Kislyak as part of Crossfire Hurricane, he did not tell the truth. He was charged by Special Counsel Mueller and pleaded guilty twice to lying to the FBI. He stated in court under oath that his actions were wrong and that he accepted full responsibility for them. Despite Flynn's guilty pleas, this May, Attorney General Barr intervened to dismiss the case over the objection of career prosecutors. Flynn was not treated unfairly. In fact, it appears that he was granted favorable treatment by having the Justice Department seek to dismiss his case even after he admitted guilt and took responsibility for his actions. I believe this sends the wrong message. It signals that it is acceptable to lie to the FBI and it raises legitimate questions about whether an ally of the president received special treatment. Given her involvement in the early stages of Mr. Flynn's case, I hope that our witness today, former Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates, can shed additional light on why the Flynn investigation and charges were warranted. Let me just say this. The real question isn't whether the Logan Act was violated. The question is whether Flynn was acting on his own without the president-elect's knowledge or permission. If so, that was a counterintelligence problem. If, however, the incoming president did know that Flynn was talking to Kislyak, asking Russia not to overreact to U.S. sanctions, and suggesting that the incoming administration would not hold Russia accountable, then why was the incoming president not interested in holding Russia accountable for interfering in the 2016 election? I hope that we will use the investigation's findings to harden our defenses, including addressing Russia's attempts to interfere in the 2020 election and the president's unwillingness to denounce foreign interference. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Feinstein. Ms. Yates is appearing here voluntarily, and I appreciate that. She had some reasons she couldn't be here in person, which I think have been accommodated and were legitimate. And we've agreed to the following, that she will answer questions within the following scope: knowledge of the events described in the DOJ OIG report entitled Review of 4 FISA Applications and Other Aspects of FBI Crossfire Hurricane Investigation, knowledge of the Russian interference of the 2016 presidential election, Ms. Yates' knowledge of the investigation of General Flynn, and we'll try to honor that. I appreciate her doing this voluntarily. With that understanding, I'd like to now swear Ms. Yates in. I can't see you. Are you out there somewhere?
I think we need to see her, Mr.
Yeah, I think we do too.
I think it may be that I have to speak for
There
it
you
to
go.
turn.
Yeah, we see you. All right. Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to get this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may make your opening statement, Ms. Yates.
Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. Now, as some of you know, I was a career prosecutor at the Department of Justice. I was honored to represent the people of the United States for over 27 years through 5 Democratic and Republican administrations. And I took very seriously my responsibility to represent the people in a manner that engendered the trust of the public I served. As you know, I've testified a number of times about the general topics of that occurred in the Oval Office on January 5th, 2017. And can you all hear me okay now?
Much better.
Right, so why don't I just go directly to that? This meeting took place just 2 months after the 2016 election. And this was at a time when we were just beginning to come to terms with a foreign adversary's stunning, systematic attack on our democracy. You know, we've all heard Russian interference in our election so much that it's kind of lost its shock value. But This attack on our homeland was indeed shocking. By late December, our intelligence community had determined that Russia, acting on the direct orders of President Vladimir Putin, had engaged in a massive effort to undermine faith in our democratic processes, to hurt Hillary Clinton's chance of electability, and to aid the candidacy of now President Donald Trump. The Russian government had used cyber attacks, the strategic release of stolen information, and a coordinated campaign to weaponize social media against American citizens. This unprecedented act of aggression could not go unanswered. So on December 28th, the Obama administration took a first step by ejecting 35 suspected Russian intelligence operatives and imposing other sanctions on Russia. They did this both to punish the Russians for their attack on our democracy and, importantly, to deter them from ever doing it again. As expected, the Russians immediately announced that they would retaliate. But then the next day, they inexplicably reversed course and announced that they didn't intend to take any responsive action. The administration was understandably perplexed by this abrupt change, and President Obama asked the intel community to try to figure out what had happened. And the FBI discovered the answer. General Michael Flynn, the incoming National Security Advisor, was having back-channel discussions with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak. Recorded conversations between General Flynn and the ambassador revealed that General Flynn had essentially neutered the U.S. government's message of deterrence. Far from rebuking the Russians for their attack on our country, General Flynn was conciliatory. He tried to persuade the Russians not to escalate the situation so they could reset the relationship. The day after General Flynn's call with Kislyak, Putin himself announced that the Russians wouldn't take any action whatsoever to respond to America's sanctions. And President Trump tweeted praise of Putin's decision. In a follow-up call between Kislyak and Flynn, Kislyak advised Flynn that Moscow had made this decision, had made this course reversal as a direct result of Flynn's request. So that's what was happening in the days that led up to this January 5th meeting. On that day, the White House had the intel chiefs in to brief the president and the vice president and the national security advisor on their intelligence assessment of Russian interference. Portions of that assessment were due to be released publicly the next day. Attorney General Lynch was out of town, so I was asked to stand in her place. Following the briefing, which took place in the Oval Office, the president asked Director Comey and me to stay back with the vice president and the national security advisor. I recall that the president began the after meeting by saying something to the effect that he had learned of the calls between Kislyak and Flynn, and he didn't want to know anything anymore, and he didn't want to influence anything. But what he did want to know was whether the White House could continue to share sensitive national security information with General Flynn during the transition. Now, at this point, I didn't know why the president was asking this question, because this was the first I had heard of the calls between Flynn and Kislyak. I was really surprised, both that General Flynn had engaged in these discussions and that Director Comey knew about them, but I didn't. And so after we left the Oval Office, Director Comey and I talked in the waiting room that's there outside the Oval Office, and I was frankly irritated with Director Comey for not having told me about the calls, and I asked him why this was the first that I was hearing of this. And he told me that his team had briefed the lawyers in the National Security Division about the calls the previous day, and he expected that the NSD lawyers would brief me. As it turned out, the National Security Division lawyers had, in fact, made an appointment already that was scheduled with me for that afternoon. Now, while I don't recall all the details of the conversation in the Oval Office, my memory is clear on the important points. The purpose of this meeting was for the president to find out whether, based on the calls between Ambassador Kislyak and General Flynn, the transition team needed to be careful about what it was sharing with General Flynn. During the meeting, the president, the vice president, and the National Security Advisor did not in any way attempt to direct or influence any kind of investigation. Something like that would have set off alarms for me, and it would have stuck out both at the time and in my memory. No such thing happened. The president was focused entirely on the national security implications of sharing sensitive intelligence information with General Flynn during the transition, a process that was obviously already underway at the White House. I will close with this. In this election year, I hope that we won't lose sight of the very real threat posed by the ongoing efforts of a foreign adversary to undermine our democratic processes, and that we will continue to proactively protect the integrity of our elections. I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned shock value, that is shocking what the Russians did. I agree, we need to stop it. Did you read the Horowitz report, Ms. Sheets?
I did.
Were you shocked by it?
I certainly was shocked, yes. I think that the conduct that was reflected there.
So let's talk about that conduct right quick. We're talking about using a document that came from a Russian subsource to get a warrant against an American citizen repeatedly that was full of garbage. Does that bother you?
Well, I'm not sure that I
Does it
agree
bother
with
you
your
that the FISA court rebuked the Department of Justice and the FBI regarding the Carter Page warrant application?
Senator, I believe that the Department of Justice and the FBI have a duty of candor with the FISA court. That
Do you
was
believe
not
they
met.
fulfilled that duty?
No, I do not believe that they did. I think
Okay.
that there were.
As a matter of
errors
fact,
and
you
abuses
signed that
were-
warrant application in October and January. Is that correct?
That's right.
Knowing then what you know now, would you sign that application?
Senator, I would never sign any document.
So I
in
take
any
that
matter.
to be
No,
no,
it's this.
because that document was a fraud. Is that a fair statement? If you knew then what you know now, you wouldn't have signed it?
I wouldn't sign anything that I knew to contain errors or omissions.
Or did that contain errors and omissions?
Yeah, and I would never knowingly sign a document.
Right.
I didn't do that in the 27 years.
I
was
believe you
speaking.
didn't know. I believe you didn't know that what you signed was wrong. The question is, if you had known, you wouldn't have signed it. Is that correct?
No, if I had known that it contained incorrect information, I certainly wouldn't have signed it.
Thank you. And do you agree with me it did contain incorrect information?
I know that now based on the Horowitz report.
That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that you lied to the court. I'm saying you signed something that was a lie and you didn't know it. Now let's talk about a January 5th meeting. Was the vice president there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Did he mention the Logan Act?
You know, I don't remember the vice president saying much of anything in this meeting.
So you don't remember him mentioning the Logan Act?
No, I don't.
Did anybody mention the Logan Act?
I have a vague memory of Director Comey mentioning the Logan Act.
Okay,
But
what
I'm
was he
not
mentioning
sure
the
what
Logan
General
Act about? In what context?
I'm not sure if he mentioned that in the Oval Office meeting or in the meeting that
What
he
do you
and I
think
had.
about the...
Mr. Chairman, let her answer the question. Just because it's a woman testifying doesn't mean she has to be cut
Yeah,
off. on
thanks
every
a lot,
answer.
Senator Lee. I really appreciate that. You're very constructive. So here's my question. Was the Logan Act mentioned in the meeting?
I recall Director Comey mentioning it at some point. What I'm not sure about, Senator Graham, and I want to be
That's fair.
absolutely certain.
That's fair. You don't know if it's mentioned in the meeting or not. Do you believe
No,
the con...
I do recall Director Comey mentioning it at some point. I'm not sure.
Right.
It was in
No,
the
I got
meeting.
you. I got you.
Or in the discussion he and I had.
No, I got you.
That's all.
So here's the question. Did General Kislak's behavior amount to a violation of the Logan Act, in your opinion?
It certainly could have been a technical violation, but that was not the focus of the FBI or us. That we were really focused on a counterintelligence investigation.
Well, do you realize on January the 4th, the FBI recommended to drop General Flynn from Crossfire Hurricane?
I understand. Well, I know that now. I didn't know that at the time.
But here's my point, Ms. Yates. On January the 4th, the FBI said there's no reason to keep looking at General Flynn. On January the 5th, you have a meeting with the FBI director where you believe he mentions the Logan Act in regard to General Flynn. Is that correct?
What I understand, Senator Graham, is that, and I didn't know at the time because I wasn't privy to the FBI's internal documentation of the counterintelligence investigation.
Did you even know it was going on?
Not specifically with respect to General Flynn, no.
So you did not know the FBI had a counterintelligence investigation of General Flynn?
No, I did not until.
So here's my question. The January 24th interview by General Flynn by 2 FBI agents, did you authorize that interview?
No, I did not.
Did you counsel the FBI?
That I don't believe that there was a legitimate basis for that.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I didn't authorize that interview because I wasn't told about it in advance. But that's not the same thing as saying that I don't believe that there was a legitimate basis for it.
So you believe there was a legitimate basis for the interview?
Yes, I do.
What was that basis?
Well, at the time, Senator Graham, we were in a situation where we had evidence that the Russians were attempting to influence the election to
The election was over.
Right. If you give me just a second here, I think I can lay it out for you.
No. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask questions and you're going to give me answers. What was the basis of the General Flynn interview? Was it part of Crossfire Hurricane?
My understanding, yes, it was.
They just recommended to drop him from Crossfire Hurricane the day before. Was it part of
the... And that was before they had information about the calls with the
Please, we're talking now about the interview of January 4th. Was it to determine if there was a violation of the Logan Act? Was that the basis of the interview?
No, it was not about the Logan Act per se. It was to find out about his conversations that he had.
Didn't you have the transcript of his conversations?
That he was providing false information.
Did you have the transcripts of the conversation between the National Security Advisor and the Russian investor?
At some point, I know we had what we call the cuts at that point. The FBI agents may have had the actual transcripts.
Was this a counterintelligence investigation of the phone call?
This was a counterintelligence investigation of the Trump campaign's potential relationship with the Russians.
That makes no sense. On January the 4th, they recommend to drop Flynn. They mentioned the Logan Act, and you advised against prosecuting the Logan Act. Is that true?
We never made an official decision about whether we were going to do it, but I think it was unlikely, certainly unlikely, that we would pursue prosecution. That was not our primary concern. It's not a Logan Act violation. It was a counterintelligence concern.
Okay, here's what I want to understand. It's a counterintelligence investigation that led to the interview. You didn't authorize the interview. As a matter of fact, you wanted to go to the White House and tell them about the problem, didn't you?
That's right. I did. I thought that was the more immediate issue.
And when you heard about the interview, you got upset, didn't you?
I was upset that Director Comey didn't coordinate that with us and acted unilaterally. Yes, I was.
Okay. Did Comey go rogue?
Then you could use that term, yes.
Finally.
But
So wait a minute. Thank you. So here's the point I'm trying to make. Did I violate the Logan Act when I called the Israelis up and suggested that you need to come out against the Iranian nuclear deal because I think it's bad for the United States and Israel, even though that was the policy of the Obama administration?
If you were doing that as a representative of the government, while the Obama administration was
I'm not part of the Obama administration.
No, I understand that, but You know, I think the Logan Act is a reflection of our country's long-standing
My question
policy.
is, would a United States senator, in your view, violate the Logan Act if they reached out to a foreign government to express a contrary view of foreign policy?
If you were negotiating on behalf of the U.S. government, you may. But Senator, I have to tell you, the whole prism here, that this is all about the Logan Act, is just not
Why
how
did
we
somebody
were-
bring it up? Why did they mention the Logan Act if it's not about the Logan Act?
Because as I was trying to say just a minute ago, that's a reflection of our long-standing policy in the United States, that you have one president at a time. And this wasn't just...
Is it the long-standing policy of the United States that an incoming administration can't talk to foreign leaders about changing policy?
You can certainly talk to foreign leaders about a potential change in policy in the future, but this wasn't any policy. This was undercutting the sanctions of the U.S.
You had
government
one
against
administration
foreign adversaries.
leaving in 2 weeks, and you had a new administration coming in urging them, don't escalate. And to anybody who thinks that's a violation of the Logan Act, that is stunning as hell. That means you can't really talk to anybody. You can't hit the ground running. So I just don't understand where the Logan Act came up. And I do believe very deeply that you were surprised that the president knew about the intercept and you didn't. Who told the president of the United States about the intercept between Kislyak and Flynn?
I don't know, but it doesn't surprise me at all.
Have you
that
ever
the
asked
president-
anybody?
No, because I would expect that the president would know about a national security threat.
But you didn't know. You were
Right, because
surprised you didn't know. Who in the
I was
FBI went around you to tell the president?
I don't know that the FBI
Did
told
you
the
ever
president.
ask Comey coming out, hey, have you been talking to the president about this and not talking to me?
No, what I asked him was why he knew about it and I didn't, and he hadn't
What
told.
did he tell the president about it, or do you know?
I don't know who told the president.
You never asked Comey, did you tell the president about this investigation?
No, because Senator, my concern was not that the president knew. It was not only entirely appropriate,
You
but the
seem
president
very
wanted to do his
surprised and
job.
shocked that he knew and you didn't.
Right, because Director Comey was part of the Department of Justice, and I expected him
So
to tell
here's
me
a
that.
question, final
But as
question.
it turned out,
Final
to be fair
question.
to Director Comey, they had told the National
Who,
Security.
who's the most likely person to tell the president about the investigation?
It wasn't about an investigation.
About the
Senator. It was
intercept, about the intercept.
It was, I can't tell you who was the most.
Wouldn't it be Comey? Didn't he pull Comey aside?
I think this information was shared with the intelligence
Do you
community.
think it'd be
Senator.
good to ask Comey about that?
Mr. Chairman, give her a chance to answer.
Do you,
I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't hear your last question.
I'm sorry, do you believe the most logical person to tell the president about the intercept was Comey? He's in charge of the investigation.
Well, first, Director Comey wasn't talking to the president about an investigation.
About the
And second,
intercept.
About the intercept. I don't know if it was Comey or the Director of National Intelligence or who it was. It could have been.
Would
I
the
don't know.
Director of National Intelligence be investigating a violation of the Logan Act?
Because the president, when the Russians so inexplicably reversed course.
Here's my question. Would the intelligence community be investigating a violation of the Logan Act?
Senator,
Is that
folks who are
appropriate? Is that
investigating a violation
appropriate?
of the Logan Act, I don't know how many times I can say that that wasn't the PRISM. It was a counterintelligence threat.
No, you keep saying there was no, well, he was dropped from the investigation on January the 4th. They talk
That
about
was
the
n-
Logan Act. This makes no sense that you didn't know and the president did, and I'm trying to find out how the president knew and you didn't, and you don't, you still can't tell me that. Is that fair to say?
And Senator, you won't let me finish the sentence where
Please.
I want to tell you what my understanding is that the agents had suggested that the specific case on General Flynn because before they knew about the conversations with Ambassador Kissinger.
Still don't get it, but thank you.
Michael Flynn pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI about his conversations with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak. He also lied to Vice President Pence, who repeated Flynn's lies on national television. You've explained that this made Flynn susceptible to Russian blackmail. The Justice Department now says that the Flynn case should be dismissed because his lies were not material to a legitimate investigation. Do you agree? Why or why not?
Senator Feinstein, well, you know, I would be hard pressed to be able to think of an interview that would have been more material at this point of the counterintelligence investigation that the FBI was conducting to try to be able to get to the bottom of whether there were any individuals, U.S. citizens or and those associated with the Trump campaign who were working with the Russians. So the materiality of this was squarely right on point. We had a national security advisor after the Russians had attempted to put a thumb on the scale on our election, who rather than, when he spoke with the Russian ambassador telling him, stay out of our elections, keep your nose and your paws out of it, even if they want to reset going forward, but to rebuke him and to let him know that we will not tolerate their country trying to intervene and pick our president. Not only did he not do that, he was making nice with it. And then on top of that, we had the very...
Could I stop you for a moment? The question was, are you saying that the Flynn case should be dismissed because the lies were not material to a legitimate investigation?
No, I think, Senator, they were absolutely material to a legitimate investigation. And this investigation was...
Then I guess I'm not understanding what you're saying. Could you try once again?
Sure, I'll try it again. I was trying to lay out for you, Senator, what the situation was at the time that General Flynn was interviewed. And that was we had General Flynn engaging in discussions with the Russian ambassador that were essentially neutering the American sanctions. And that is a very curious thing to be doing, particularly when the Russians had been acting to benefit President Trump. And then he is covering it up. He's lying about it. So the agents understandably needed to understand what the relationship was here between General Flynn and the Russians, and to try to find out from him who else might have been involved in this. And had General Flynn been honest when the agents came to him, and had he admitted what he had said, then the agents would have found out what the Mueller investigation discovered later. And that is that General Flynn was not acting on his own, and these were not conversations that were just off the top of his head, but rather he had been coordinating all of this with his Deputy National Security Advisor, who was at Mar-a-Lago with other transition team members. And it was a very deliberate, planned set of conversations with the Russian ambassador to essentially tell them, don't worry about it, things are going to change once we're in place.
Okay. When you testified to this committee on May 18th, 2017, you said that Michael Flynn's lies to Vice President Pence about his conversations with Russian Ambassador Kislyak made Flynn vulnerable to Russian blackmail. And, quote, to state the obvious, you do not want your national security advisor compromised by the Russians, end quote. You also said that Flynn's underlying conduct was problematic in and of itself, but you could not go further because it was classified. Transcripts of Flynn's calls with Ambassador Kislyak have now been declassified and released publicly. So why was Flynn's underlying conduct problematic?
Flynn's conduct was problematic because he was, as I've mentioned, neutering the sanctions that were imposed by the Obama administration on a foreign adversary who was trying to intervene in our election. General Flynn recognized himself that these discussions were problematic. He admitted to the FBI agents later, when he was cooperating with them, that he didn't even write down his conversations with the Russian ambassador when he sent a text back to Ms. McFarland because he knew that those discussions would be viewed as interfering with the foreign policy of the Obama administration, and that would be a problem. That's also why he lied about it and covered it up. So if General Flynn didn't think he was doing anything problematic, then he wouldn't have had a need to cover it.
Is it possible that Flynn lied to the FBI about his calls with Kislyak to conceal the fact that the Trump administration did not plan to hold Russia accountable for interfering in the election?
That is certainly part of what the FBI needed to be talking to General Flynn about, was to find out why he had these discussions, who else was part of them, and what was behind it. But unfortunately, General Flynn was not truthful with them, so they weren't able to do that. That, again, goes to the materiality.
Inspector Horowitz confirmed that the Crossfire hurricane investigation was opened at the end of July 2016, when the FBI was told by Australia, a trusted ally and intelligence partner, that the Trump campaign advisor, George Papadopoulos, had advance knowledge that Russia was planning to release stolen emails to harm Clinton and help Trump. The FBI learned this shortly after WikiLeaks released nearly 20,000 emails stolen by Russia from DNC computers. Wasn't there some obligation for the FBI to investigate, to learn what Russia was doing and who was involved?
Absolutely, Senator. It was really startling information. You know, the FBI, as part of the intel community, was already trying really hard to be able to get to the bottom of Russian interference and to address issues like attribution on the DNC hack. And then when they learned from the friendly foreign government that someone that affiliated with the Russians had actually approached a foreign policy advisor of the Trump campaign and had told him that the Russians had dirt on Hillary Clinton in the form of thousands of emails that could be released anonymously, and wanted to know if the campaign was interested in this. When they found out this information had come in May, and then it actually happened. The emails were then dumped by WikiLeaks in July. This was something that I think everyone would recognize that you have to get to the bottom of.
This May, the Justice Department moved to dismiss the case against Michael Flynn, who pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI. The lead prosecutor resigned from Flynn's, and District Court Judge Emmett Sullivan took the unusual step of appointing an outside lawyer, former Judge John Gleeson, to oppose the department's motion. According to Judge Gleeson, the Justice Department's effort to dismiss Flynn's case is highly irregular and, quote, a gross abuse of prosecutorial power, end quote, in order to, quote, benefit a political ally of President Trump. Do you agree that the department's motion to dismiss Flynn's case is highly irregular? If so, how?
It is highly irregular, Senator. You know, I was a prosecutor at the Department of Justice for almost 30 years, and I've certainly never seen a pleading like this. And as I think I've already discussed some with Senator Graham and with you, from my perspective, there's no issue with respect to the materiality here, nor to the government's ability to be able to prove falsity. Not only because you could look at the transcripts and see the black and white there in terms of it being false, but in fact, General Flynn had twice pled guilty and sworn that he was guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Senator Gress.
Ms. Yates, thank you for your public service. You approved the first and second Carter Page FISA applications. Prior to approving, did you review each application in its entirety?
I did, Senator, yes.
I didn't hear that.
I did, Senator, yes. And do I need to speak more loudly? I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Okay. You told me you did review them in their entirety, okay?
It's possible that there's some boilerplate language that's in every FISA that I might not have reviewed again, but I certainly reviewed all of the factual information in the FISA.
Okay. Number two, when you were interviewed by IG Horowitz's office about your decision to approve the first Carter Page FISA application, you stated the following about Steele's research, quote, while certainly there was an implication that he was doing opposition research, it's got to be for somebody. I mean, he's been hired by someone. My understanding was that the FBI didn't know who, end of quote. The Inspector General said the Steele dossier was quote, central and essential to the Carter Page FISA. If it was clear to you at the time that Steele was conducting opposition research for someone, why didn't you act responsibly to at least have an elementary understanding of the extreme conflicts involved regarding his employment before approving the first FISA application?
Senator, it's my understanding that even the FBI didn't know who had employed Steele at the time of the first FISA. But we were concerned because for the reasons that I had expressed to the Inspector General, logic would tell you that if somebody is out there doing opposition research, there's a limited number of folks that you might expect that to be. But the FBI didn't know, my understanding is at that point, that it was the DNC or Hillary Clinton. And so lawyers in the National Security Division had worked and insisted that there at least be something in the FISA that laid out what they speculated. And it's a very unusual thing to include speculation in an affidavit, but here they felt like it was really important to flag that for the FISA court and to let them know, even though the FBI didn't know that it was being paid for by the DNC, that there certainly was a possibility of that.
In April 2016, President Obama said, quote, I don't talk to the FBI directors about pending investigation, end of quote. In the 302 of your interview with the FBI, you said that in your January 5th, 2017 meeting with Obama and Comey, there was a discussion about Flynn and potential violations of the Logan Act. According to declassified notes summarizing that meeting, President Obama said to Comey, quote, make sure you look at things and have the right people on it, end of quote. How can you square Obama's April 2016 statement with the January 5th, 2017 meeting with Comey and Obama?
Yes, Senator, and as I mentioned in my opening statement, that meeting was not about an investigation at all. And I can tell you that that is something that would have crossed the line. And if President Obama or Vice President Biden or National Security Advisor Rice was in any way trying to influence an investigation, that would have set off alarms for me. This was not about that. This was about the national security implications of continuing to share sensitive information with General Flynn, given what they had learned about his back channel discussion with the Russian ambassador to neuter the sanctions.
Your January 5th, 2017 meeting with President Obama had two parts. The first part included Biden, Comey, Brennan, Clapper, and Rice. The second part was just you, Comey, and the president. In either meeting, did Crossfire Hurricane or the Steele dossier ever come up?
No, sir.
Did you or one of your colleagues ever discuss Crossfire Hurricane or the Steele dossier with President Obama or Vice President Biden?
I know I certainly didn't, and I can't imagine any of my colleagues did.
Okay, I have 8 seconds left. Thanks to Attorney General Barr, material relating to Flynn has finally been released. Those records show the FBI planned to close the Flynn case in early January 2017 until Strzok interceded, that the FBI deliberately set Flynn up to prosecute him or get him fired, and that there was no derogatory information on Flynn. When you were Deputy Attorney General and Acting Attorney General, were you aware of this information?
Not aware that they had planned to close the specific counterintelligence investigation on General Flynn. My understanding is that was prior to the time they knew anything about these calls with the Russian ambassador. And I was operating under the impression that this interview of General Flynn was in the context of the broader Crossfire Hurricane investigation, that being trying to discern what the connections were between the Trump campaign and the Russians.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yates.
Why, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Yates, it's good to see you again. We keep talking about General Flynn, whether he lied or not. Of course, President Trump said he did lie to, among others, to Vice President Pence, and that's why he had to fire him. The last time you testified before this committee in May 2017, I asked about your decision as Acting Attorney General to notify White House counsel Don McGahn that then National Security Advisor Michael Flynn had been lying to multiple Trump officials, including the Vice President, about his conversations with the Russian ambassador. You supported informing the White House, even though some others did not at the time. You stated that the need to notify the administration became clear as the White House issued increasingly specific and emphatic denials that Flynn had discussed sanctions with the Russian ambassador, which of course increased Mr. Flynn's vulnerability to blackmail. Do you believe General Flynn was effectively compromised?
I certainly believed then and believe now that there was a risk of that compromise, and that's why it was so important to get this information to the White House so that they could act. And the conversations themselves were concerning, and that was a proper basis to be part of the counterintelligence investigation. But you have to balance the investigation also with the need to address the compromise threat that presented itself most urgently. And in doing that balancing, I thought that we needed to go tell the White House right away so that they could act, and so that others who presumably did not know that the information they were providing to the American people was false, so they would quit doing that.
And I think you were probably not surprised when President Trump removed General Flynn. But do you believe that by encouraging Russia to not react to U.S. sanctions, Flynn undercut our nation's response to Russia's attack on our elections?
I do. I think that's one of the concerns, Senator. As I mentioned, the purpose of the sanctions was both to punish and deter. And when General Flynn was essentially saying, never mind on those sanctions, we're just going to move forward, that certainly doesn't send the message to the Russians that we want them to stay out of our elections.
It undercuts our efforts.
It certainly does.
Thank you. Now, some of Mr. Flynn's staunchest defenders have argued that because the FBI suspected Flynn may continue to lie about his conversations with the Russian ambassador, he was entrapped when he was interviewed by the FBI. In your view, is it ever entrapment for investigators to give an individual an opportunity to tell the truth about an issue relevant to their investigation?
No, it's not. And actually, here, the agents even took that a step further. They not only asked General Flynn open-ended questions to give him an opportunity to tell them the truth about what had happened in his conversations with the Russian ambassador. When he, for example, at the beginning, gave nothing but innocuous points that had come up and nothing at all about sanctions or about the United Nations vote, they then tried to help trigger his memory for him and reminded him of specific things, sometimes even using the exact language he had used in the calls. You know, if you're trying to set somebody up to lie, which I don't really know how you set somebody up to lie, you don't generally try to help them out like that.
Yeah, you either lie or you don't lie. Last week, the Attorney General claimed the Flynn interview was untethered to any legitimate investigation. One, do you agree with that? And do you believe a legitimate predicate existed to investigate, interview Flynn in January, given what you'd learned about his December calls with the Russian ambassador and his subsequent misrepresentations of those calls?
Absolutely, Senator. Well, I believe that the most urgent thing was to notify the White House. Interviewing General Flynn was really right at the core of the FBI's investigation at this point, to try to discern what are the ties between the Trump administration and the Russians.
Thank you. And the Inspector General informed this committee the only surveillance targeting any Trump campaign official involved Carter Page. I will submit some questions in writing about that. But can you speak to whether the government was specifically targeting Flynn with surveillance when it intercepted his calls with the Russian ambassador?
No, the surveillance was not of General Flynn. I am still not permitted to tell you what it was. In fact, we checked with the Department of Justice just a couple of days ago before I testified, because I would like to be able to specifically tell you what it was. But there was no surveillance of General Flynn.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lay. Very quickly before I turn to Senator Cornyn, I want to make sure I understand this. The interview with General Flynn, were you investigating a policy difference between the Trump administration and the Obama administration?
No, Senator, we were not investigating a policy difference.
Well, you weren't investigating a crime, were you?
We were investigating a counterintelligence threat.
Okay, is it a counterintelligence investigation based on a policy difference?
It's a counterintelligence investigation based on the Russian systematic attempts to
wait a minute. This is very important. Your beef with Flynn was he was undercutting Obama policy. Is that what you were worried about?
Well, what we were worried about was that he was undercutting Obama policy, and then he was covering it up.
No, he hadn't even talked to the FBI. You sent the FBI over, weren't you and there was no leak of anything. So isn't it the fact you're really investigating a policy difference?
No, Senator, it's not accurate. There was a cover-up before this. In fact, that's what prompted my concerns, was that he was providing false information to the vice president and to others.
When did you know about that? When did you know about that?
Yes, I did. That preceded this, Senator. That's why I wanted to go to the White House.
So why didn't you go to the White House and say, is this your policy position?
The concern was not about the policy difference here, Senator. The concern was about him undercutting the Obama administration and then covering it up.
Thank you.
That was
Mr. Chairman, insofar as you followed up on my question that time, I should note that she has said before they're following a counterintelligence threat.
Which was closed on January the 4th.
And
Senator, I'm sorry, that's just not accurate. It was not closed on January.
Recommended to be closed on January the 4th, the day before the meeting. And the only problem here is that you didn't like Flynn changing the policy or talking about changing the policy. That he had every right to do that. And what we're doing here is we're criminalizing policy differences. That's why Flynn got prosecuted, because they hate his guts. Senator Cornyn.
Ms. Yates, let me change the subject a little bit. Based on your long and distinguished service with the Department of Justice, are you aware of any precedent for both of the major party nominees for President of the United States being investigated either for a crime or in a counterintelligence investigation in the run-up to a presidential election?
No, I'm not.
Me either. Let me ask you, during the investigation of Hillary Clinton over her email server, James Comey, the FBI director, had a press conference, as you know, on July the 5th, where he talked about the investigation, talked about derogatory information collected during that investigation, but yet said no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute that case. Did you know before July the 5th, 2016, that he was going to do that?
No, I didn't.
Did you know when he reopened the case after Anthony Weiner's computer was looked at, did you know he was going to reopen the case beforehand?
I can't tell you, and candidly, Senator, that was more than 4 years ago now, and I didn't go back and try to review any of that. I know I knew about it. I can't tell you whether it was beforehand or contemporaneous with it.
Would you agree with me it was Director Comey's conduct was highly irregular?
I don't know how to characterize his conduct, Senator.
You don't know how to characterize it, did it? He was the FBI director is a direct report to the Deputy Attorney General, correct?
That's correct.
So from the time Crossfire Hurricane was opened on July the 31st until you signed the first FISA application on October the 21st, did Director Comey keep you apprised of what the investigation showed?
We had interactions. I met with the FBI 3 times a week on national security matters, and also met with the National Security Division. I certainly was provided with some information, but I will tell you, I don't think that the FBI was providing us with as much information as they should have now that I know more about the investigation. And I would agree with Inspector General Horowitz's recommendation that in matters like this, that there should be both consultation with department leadership as well as more thorough briefings.
Thank you. I guess you would also agree that Director Comey should have consulted with you and the Attorney General in the run-up during his dealings with the Hillary Clinton investigation before making those kind of public comments. That violates the rules and norms of the Department of Justice. Wouldn't you agree?
I certainly think that he should have consulted with us, yes.
He said he thought that Loretta Lynch had a conflict of interest because of the tarmac meeting between President Clinton and the Attorney General during the course of the Hillary Clinton email investigation, but that would not have prevented him from consulting with you. Did he do so?
Well, did he consult with me on what precisely? I want to make sure I'm as accurate as possible here.
Did he consult with you on the Hillary Clinton investigation and his intentions to go public with the investigation and usurp the role of the Department of Justice when it comes to whether to charge or not charge somebody with a crime? Did he talk to you about that ahead of time?
We did not have a substantive discussion about it ahead of time, no.
Does that surprise you? I mean, you're the direct supervisor of the FBI director. If he didn't consult with you or tell you what he was doing, or he didn't respond to your inquiries about it, wouldn't that strike you as highly unusual?
It's not ideal.
Not ideal. Well, that's quite an understatement.
It is an understatement, Senator.
Okay, we'll agree on that. So on May the 9th, 2017, Rod Rosenstein, your successor as Deputy Attorney General, wrote a memo with regard to Director Comey's activities, during which he said that Director Comey did violate the norms of the Department of Justice. And he said since he had showed no remorse and was likely to repeat that conduct again, that he recommended his dismissal. If you would agree with Rod Rosenstein's analysis in that memo.
Senator, I'm not going to weigh in on what a successor of mine, the decision that he made when he was in office.
You're not going to answer my question.
Well, I just don't think it's appropriate for me to weigh in on that. So
I'm not asking you to weigh in, Ms. Yates. I'm asking you to answer a question about the highest levels of the Department of Justice and whether this is the new norm or whether Director Comey violated those norms and his dismissal was justified on that basis. You have no opinion about that?
Senator, I'm not going to weigh in on whether Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein's memo was accurate or not, but I will say that I was concerned at the time, regardless of how out of bounds Director Comey may have been in the actions that he took on the Clinton case. I was concerned that that was used as subterfuge for the real reason to fire.
Well, it strikes me that Director Comey was out of control, and as his direct supervisor, I assume that you would be concerned about that, and you might have called him to task for that and asked him to change his conduct.
Senator Durbin.
Ms. Yates, welcome back. And
Thank you.
And let me congratulate you before I go any further. Today marks the second time during the Trump administration that you've testified before this committee. That sum of appearances equals the total number of times that Attorney General Sessions, Acting Attorney General Whitaker, and Attorney General Barr have appeared before this committee in their official capacity combined. So congratulations. We can't seem to bring the Attorney General here, but former Attorney Generals are always welcome. Thank you very much for being here. I'd like to ask for a moment for a reflection on Michael Flynn and ask about the following. Flynn apparently had suspicious contacts with Russia starting at least in 2015 when he sat next to Vladimir Putin at a dinner in Moscow. Flynn accepted payments from multiple Russian entities like RT, Kaspersky Labs, the Volga Airlines, and he failed to report these payments on his financial disclosure forms when he became National Security Advisor to President Trump. According to the Mueller report, during the 2016 campaign, Flynn worked with individuals who claimed to be in contact with Russian-affiliated hackers in an effort to obtain Hillary Clinton's emails. Flynn also signed a contract to work with the Turkish government during the campaign, and he lied about his work for Turkey on his Foreign Affairs Registration Act filings. In December of 2016, Flynn had 4 phone conversations with Russian Ambassador Kislyak in which he urged Russia not to respond to U.S. sanctions that the Obama administration had imposed because of Russian election interference in the United States. And that is the policy difference, I think, that has been alluded to. At no point during these calls did Flynn express any disapproval of Russia's election interference in the United States. Ms. Yates, understanding that you can't get into classified details, can you tell us whether the administration was specifically surveilling Michael Flynn when it identified these phone calls with Kislyak?
The administration absolutely was not surveilling Michael Flynn. As I think I mentioned in the opening, President Obama we were all trying to figure out why is it the Russians aren't responding now, aren't retaliating after the sanctions, as they had indicated that they would, and that's when then the FBI discovered the conversations with Ambassador Kislyak.
So the policy difference here apparently was the belief of the Obama administrations that Putin should pay a price for interfering in the United States election by imposing sanctions on Russia, and what appears to be a phone call from Flynn aspiring to be the national security advisor to the new president, tell him, don't worry about it. And you were wondering why Putin was not responding and considering whether this phone call had an impact on it? Is that true?
That's right, Senator. And, punishing and deterring the Russians for trying to throw our election doesn't seem like a policy to me. It seems like that's something that all Americans would support.
Yes, I would think they would. Certainly someone aspiring to be the national security advisor to the President of the United States. Flynn later lied about his conversations with Kislyak to the FBI and to Vice President Pence, denying that he talked about sanctions, stepped down as national security advisor in February 2017. But before he did, Ms. Yates, on January 26th and 27th of 2017, you briefed White House counsel Don McGahn about Michael Flynn. You shared the Justice Department's concern about Flynn's communications with Russia, his dishonesty about those communications, and his vulnerability to blackmail. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yet, unbelievably, after you had briefed the White House counsel about Flynn's vulnerability to blackmail and his dishonesty, on January 28th, 2017, President Trump spoke on the phone for nearly an hour with Vladimir Putin while General Flynn sat in the Oval Office with him. Is that a fact?
That's what I've read. I don't know that personally, but I have read that.
Well, I've read it and seen it. I understand there's a White House photo showing General Flynn sitting in the Oval Office during that call. Ms. Yates, in your view, was it appropriate for Michael Flynn to sit in on phone calls with Vladimir Putin after you'd provided your briefings to Don McGahn?
Well, Senator, when I went over to brief Don McGahn, we made it very clear to them that we were providing them this information so that they could take action. And so certainly it would be surprising to me that of all things, you would have General Flynn sitting in on a phone call with Vladimir Putin.
And what kind of message do you think it sent to Russia for Flynn to be involved in that call?
It seems like it sends the same kind of message that General Flynn was sending in the phone calls with Ambassador Kislyak, which is, don't worry about the interference.
If you believe that Russian interference in American elections is a threat to our democracy, and I do, and most others do as well, then this approach by General Flynn is antithetical to what we consider to be the basic fundamentals of our nation. And a man, certainly a man aspiring to be National Security Advisor to the President, should know better. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. Yeah, I remember the conversation with President Obama and Medvedev, or I can't remember the prime minister's name. After the election, I'll have more latitude. I remember the reset button. So maybe the administrations want to change positions with different countries. It's not so unusual. But very quickly, for Senator Lee, did you know of efforts by Russia to interfere in the election before the election itself?
Yes.
Did you impose any sanctions before the election?
Well, I don't have authority to impose any sanctions.
What did you do to try to stop the Russians before the election?
Well, there was a lot, Senator. I think you may recall in October, there was an intelligence briefing, a public briefing.
What did you do to stop the Russians? Specifically. What did the administration do to stop the Russians from interfering after they knew they were trying?
My understanding is, Senator, that the intelligence community and the administration, this is not something the Deputy Attorney General would be involved in.
What did they do? What did they do? Did they impose sanctions?
They did not impose sanctions.
Did they call the Russians up and say stop?
Actually, I do believe that there were communications with the Russians in that regard.
Do you agree with me it didn't work?
If I could finish my answer, Senator. There was concern at the time, and this was in connection with the October public statement that was made, that the Obama administration wanted to be very careful that it wasn't doing anything that would impact the election or be perceived to be impacting the election. And so the information that was put out then was to make sure, for example, when the Russians were rooting around in the state election systems, to put out the information, which, by the way, there was no evidence that it actually impacted or that they were able to get into anything that would impact the vote. I want to be careful about that. But when they were rooting around in there, the Obama administration was contacting the states and trying to make sure that they understood they needed to shore it up. My further understanding is they wanted to make a bipartisan statement at that point, and there were folks on your side of the aisle that refused to participate.
Yeah, but here's my point. You knew the Russians were up to no good, and you did nothing about it effectively. So we don't need a lecture from the Obama administration about being tough on Russia. You had plenty of knowledge, and apparently nothing happened. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Yates, while you were the Deputy Attorney General, was it your policy that both administrations should be treated equally? That is, would there have been any reason from a Department of Justice standpoint to approach an Obama administration official differently from a Trump administration official?
No, Senator, we didn't. And in fact, we made that very determination when I was really insistent that we notify the White House about General Flynn. It was in part because I wanted to make sure that we were treating the Trump administration the same way that we would the Obama administration.
Okay, so had that occurred here, what would that have consisted of? What would it have looked like had you treated an official from the Trump administration the same as you would have in the Obama administration? Who would have been notified before any of this could have proceeded?
Now, when you say any of this, we did do the same thing. We did go to the White House and notify the White House counsel about what we had learned about General Flynn. What would have been different, though, is with respect, I'm not sure why my lights just went out. What would have been different is that with respect to the interview of General Flynn, from a protocol standpoint, I would have notified the White House counsel in advance before that interview.
Okay. Did anything like that happen here? I mean, was anyone from the Trump team notified?
Prior to the interview, no. That was one of my concerns about it, but this was a protocol issue, not a legal issue.
Okay. But that was certainly something that would have been an irregularity. You've acknowledged then that the Obama administration treated the incoming Trump administration differently. The Department of Justice treated the incoming Trump administration differently than it would have the Obama administration.
No, Senator, we were working really hard to make sure that we did not treat them differently.
Yeah. I understand you were working hard to do that, but that wasn't, in fact, the outcome. The protocol was different. You deviated from the ordinary protocol.
Well, the difference in the protocol here is that the FBI conducted the interview of General Flynn without a courtesy call to the White House counsel.
Okay. When you told when you told Director Comey that there should have been a discussion about recording the interview, in raising these things with Comey, he responded with something like, "You can understand why I did this." To which, according to your 302, you responded no, and Comey responded he didn't want the book political, and that you, the 302 also notes that you were offended by that implication. Can you elaborate on this? Tell me why you were offended and what specifically offended you.
Senator, as you probably heard me say too many times now, I was a prosecutor at DOJ for almost 30 years. I prosecuted public corruption cases as an AUSA, Democrats and Republicans. And the way we do our job, or did our job at DOJ, was that you don't consider political implications in making prosecutive or investigative decisions. And I was offended by Director Comey's implication that he would be perceived differently than I would.
Got it. Let me ask you, was it irregular for agents to plan to attempt to, quote, get him to lie so we can prosecute him or get him fired before the interview, as stated in Bill Priestap's notes? Is that an irregularity?
I'm sorry, Senator, I lost our Wi-Fi connection here, and all I heard was at the end, was that an irregularity?
Yes.
Would you mind repeating the question, please?
For agents to plan to quote, get him to lie so we can prosecute him or get him fired.
Well, certainly that's not an appropriate way for the FBI to conduct itself. I don't believe that that's what they did with respect to General Flynn. And I think if you read the 302, it's pretty clear.
Is it irregular for McCabe to have pressured General Flynn to appear without counsel?
I don't think that he did pressure him to appear without counsel.
All right. Just to make clear, I want to get to the bottom of what went wrong. How was a FISA application to surveil an American citizen and a major party presidential campaign approved with 17 significant errors and omissions? And no one knew until the Department of Justice Inspector General conducted an audit. An audit, by the way, that would have never been conducted had the surveillance not involved the staffer of a future president's campaign. Had President Trump lost in 2016, these significant errors and omissions would never have come to light, would they?
Oh, I don't know that. Inspector General Fuller, I've known him for a long time. He's a very thorough guy, so I wouldn't count on that necessarily being a different result then.
Were you aware that agents were using information compiled by Christopher Steele. At the request of the DNC at the time, you signed either the initial Carter Page FISA application or the first renewal?
I was not aware that the DNC was funding it, but I think we suspected that there was a chance, but we did not know that to be a fact. And in fact, the Inspector General did not identify that as an error, which, by the way, not to quibble here, there were 7 errors, not 17, and the FISAs that I signed, but 1 error was too much.
Mr. Chairman, one more brief question. Were you aware of the concerns with the reliability of the information that was provided by Christopher Steele and what we now refer to as the Steele document? Before signing either the initial Carter Page FISA application or the first renewal?
No, I wasn't saying that. And I think a lot of those concerns come from the interview of the subsource that took place after I signed both the original and the first renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see my time's expired.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you. Ms. Yates, let me ask you a couple of, I think, pretty simple questions, if you could hear me out here. The first is that
I can tell you what we were doing, and that is surveilling General Flynn. I'm still not permitted to tell you what we were doing. That's still classified. Much as I would like to tell you, I can't.
Gotcha. So we'll just let logic follow through. It would not be unusual for a sovereign nation to monitor the communications of a rival nation's ambassador, irrespective of which nation you're in, correct? That's pretty standard counterintelligence practice?
If you don't mind, Senator, I'm just not going to hint at that. I want to stay really clear on the classification rules.
But you're being really clear that you are not surveilling General Flynn.
Absolutely not.
So next year, you know this conversation because you've overheard it. And the White House, at very high levels, including the Vice President, is denying that that conversation took place. The conversation that you knew happened. What is the counterintelligence problem with that set of circumstances? The National Security Advisor has had a conversation with a Russian ambassador.
There's a counterintelligence concern about the conversations given the fact that we were undercutting sanctions against the Russians for interfering in our election.
Is it a counterintelligence problem if the Russians, does it raise the prospect that General Flynn had lied to the Vice President and that the Russian ambassador would know that and be able to exert leverage on the National Security Advisor?
Exactly, Senator. And I say, layer on top of it that he has been
There's
lying
a larger
to the Vice
policy question around it. Right there.
That's correct.
And it gives the Russians leverage against Mr. Flynn. General Flynn.
That was our concern, is that there is potential conflicts. Yes.
So let me take you to a different question. You have been asked that if you knew of the errors and omissions that the Inspector General found in the FISA warrants, would you sign the warrant? And I think the answer that every prosecutor, myself included, must give to that question is no. Of course, we would never submit to a court a warrant application that we knew contained errors or omissions. That is correct, is it not? But that does not, to my mind, as somebody who's been in that situation, that does not end the inquiry. The question then is, if you had been aware of the errors and omissions in the FISA warrant, one response would be to shut down the investigation and roll it up. A second would be to find out why the hell the errors and omissions were there, investigate the misconduct that led to that, but go ahead with the investigation because it remained predicated and worth pursuing. Both of those are possible options. I'm sorry?
Yes, they are. Both are possible options.
And in
It's
fact,
valid
if we were
for-
in a situation in which any error or omission in a warrant affidavit ended the underlying investigation, a lot of investigations would be improperly brought to a premature conclusion. I'm sorry, say it again. We're not.
Yes, sorry, that's true.
And that's pretty standard Prosecutor 101. If there's something that you think might be wrong with a warrant that you're being asked to sign, you get that fixed, but you don't necessarily end the investigation, correct?
Right, and you need to find out whether there is other evidence and other information that would support it. But you would also need to get to the bottom of why it was you hadn't been told.
No, correct. You do an internal investigation to try to get to the bottom of why you were presented a warrant application with errors and omissions. But my point is a very simple one. That does not mean the end of the investigation necessarily. In fact, this is not necessarily uncommon. You solve your problem and you go ahead with your investigation if it's properly predicated. Thank you.
When I spoke about partisanship, I agree with everything. Exactly the way it should work. And I want to make that I have no doubt that my sign of the application is so that the right information she would not have worked, and I have no doubt she did.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Yates, for being here. Why don't we just pick up right there? Because the chairman says that he has no doubt that you had no intent to defraud the court. I noticed when Mr. Rosenstein was here before this committee, I'm sure you saw his testimony or read it a few weeks ago, he said that he couldn't be to blame or otherwise be held accountable for the falsified FISA applications, the many material misstatements of fact, because he just relied on the representations that were made to him. So we're left wondering, I mean, who exactly is responsible here? It seems that nobody's really responsible. Somehow or another, a federal court, a secret federal court, was actively misled, lied to, and presented with falsified evidence, but nobody in the chain of command is to blame. So let me just ask you about your own responsibility. Did you actually read these FISA applications?
I did.
You did? That's your testimony
Yes.
today? You
Yes,
told
I did.
You told the Inspector General that you had no recollection, actually, of reviewing renewal application number 1. Is your testimony today different?
No, I think what I told the Inspector General was I didn't have a specific recollection of sitting at my desk and asking questions about it, but I most assuredly reviewed it.
You said that you did not have any specific recollection of reviewing renewal application number 1, but today you say you did. That's great if you did. I'd like to ask you some more details. I just want to get clear.
Yes, I did.
Interesting. Now, you told the Inspector General that the Carter Page FISA applications that you signed off on and that you now say that you read and carefully reviewed, that these applications, by the way, that contained multiple material misstatements and would later contain falsified evidence, you said that these were not a close call. You also told the IC that you thought that the application, the initial application and the renewal were appropriate steps and you didn't have any qualms about it. Do you recall what the FISA court said happened?
Yes, Senator. And when I was speaking with the Inspector General, I was referring to the applications based on the assumption that all of the information was accurate. What was learned later, and what the FISA court was responding to later, is that there were errors and omissions.
Well, the errors and omissions were there at the time that you signed off on them, were they not? And you just testified that you read them closely, so they were there when you signed off on them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, let me remind you what the FISA court said. I'll just read this into the record. The FBI's handling of the Carter Page applications, which you approved and you now say you read, was antithetical to the heightened duty of candor owed to the court. The frequency with which representations made by FBI personnel turned out to be unsupported or contradicted by information in their possession, and with which they withheld information detrimental to their case, calls into question whether information contained in other FBI applications is reliable, end quote. Are you still of the view that these applications were not a close call at all, and you would do the same thing now? I mean, these were appropriate steps, I think, was your testimony to the IG. You stand by that?
Yes, Senator, I think if you properly put my testimony in context when I spoke with the Inspector General, I was referring to the decision that I made at the time based on the factual information that was presented to me and known to us.
So you were a passive party in this. I mean, you did testify now in contrast to what you testified to the IG earlier, but you're telling us now today you did read the applications, but you were also duped by the FBI, and so it's for that reason you signed off on misleading applications that a FISA court said were so bad and so misleading they call into question all of the submissions by the FBI. So you are a passive party. Is that your testimony?
No, sir.
But what did you do to actually exert some sort of control? And let me just ask you this. What responsibility do you bear for the deliberate and systematic misleading of a secret federal court?
As the Deputy Attorney General and the #2 person of the Justice Department, I was responsible for the actions of every single employee at DOJ, all 113,000 of them. That includes everybody at FBI and DEA and ATF and all the U.S. Attorney's offices and all the lawyers at the Department of Justice. I was responsible in that sense for the actions of all.
So, do you regret the fact that you signed applications that contain false and misleading material that the court says now calls into question their ability to rely on anything that the evidence says?
I certainly regret that the Department of Justice submitted with the FBI FISA applications that were inaccurate. I think that is antithetical to our responsibility to the FISA court. I think it is also inconsistent with what my experience with the FBI had been in terms of their preparation of affidavits and the accuracy.
Let me ask you just about one other thing, Mr. Chairman. I see my time has expired. So let me just, one final question. I noticed that you said, Ms. Yates, to the IG that you didn't know who Christopher Steele was working for. In fact, you opined to the IG that you thought maybe he was working for the Republican Party. Of course, we know from Steele himself, Steele told the IG that Steele told the FBI in July of 2016 that he'd been hired by the Democrats. We also know that your deputy, Bruce Orr, knew that Steele was working for the Democrats. And the same deputy, Bruce Orr, your deputy, while he was working for you, was actively facilitating contacts between the FBI and Steele, and also between the State Department and Steele. How did this happen on your watch? Is it normal for you to permit your deputies to facilitate contacts between political parties and the FBI and the State Department? Is that routine behavior?
Committee Bruce Orr to do anything. As the Inspector General found, I was completely unaware of Bruce Orr's actions.
I'm sorry. Could you? I didn't hear that. Can you repeat that?
I wasn't allowing Bruce Orr to do anything, as the Inspector General found in the IG report to which you have referred, that I was completely unaware of Bruce Orr's actions, and Bruce Orr had no involvement from our side in any of the Russia investigation or the Carter Page files.
I'll just say in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, that I seem to detect a pattern here. Ms. Yates testifies she has no idea what her deputy is doing as he facilitates contact between a political party opposition research and the FBI. She has no idea that these applications that she signed materially misled a federal court. Just as Rosenstein said, he had no idea. Nobody appears to know anything in this government, and yet somehow a federal court was deliberately and systematically misled so severely that they now say they can't trust anything that the FBI did. If this doesn't call for a cleaning of house at DOJ and the FBI, I don't know what is, and I just know that Bruce Orr is still on the payroll at the Department of Justice. Thank you.
Senator Coons. I'm sorry, 1 5 minutes late. I apologize.
So inflammatory. I think the witness ought to be able to respond if she chooses
She
to.
certainly may, and let me just get my 2 cents worth. I don't think they're inflammatory at all. I think it's the truth. Bruce Orr is apparently going rogue. You got her deputy orchestrating interviews and meetings, and he tells the FBI in November you need to watch Steele. What's going on over there?
I don't think
That's why we're doing this.
I don't. Since my remarks are the ones that are just challenged, Mr. Chairman, I'll just say with all due respect, we have a deliberate and systematic misleading of a federal court here. I don't think you can say anything more inflammatory than what the federal court itself said when they issued an incredible statement I've never seen a federal court, let alone a FISA court, saying that they now had no confidence in any of the submissions of the FBI based on the level of lying.
Everybody's to blame and nobody's to blame. It's the problem we have. We'll take a 5-minute break.
The Aegis of Agrimar is yours for the taking. No, I too have proved my worth, Odin. I am God King Skovald. These mortals dare not challenge my claim to the Aegis. The Vanquishers have already taken possession of it, Skovald, as was their right. Your protest comes too late. If these false champions will not yield the Aegis by choice, then they will surrender it in death. The Aegis most impressive. I never thought I would meet anyone who could match the Valajar's strength, and yet here you stand. There is one final trial that awaits. Me. Should you triumph, I will carve your names in these sacred halls myself and grant you a reward worthy of your valor. What victories do you bring me? It has been ages since I faced a worthy opponent. Let the battle begin!
Hello?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
While we're waiting, if I could make one point, because I've been in the shoes of Ms. Yates, both as the Attorney General of Rhode Island, which is one of the 3 states with full criminal jurisdiction in the Office of Attorney General, and a statute that requires the Attorney General to get wiretap authorization from the presiding justice of the Superior Court, and as a U.S. attorney who led undercover public corruption and other investigations that involved wiretaps a lot. And I viewed my role in those approvals as making sure that the wiretap application was consistent with the criminal statute that we were trying to prosecute, that it was relevant to that.
You weren't an investigator, you're just making sure the material complied with the statute.
Correct, and that you were
I think that probably is the role of her,
We
Mr.
very
Rosenstein.
often took for, as an established fact, that the FBI agent or the state police officer who filed the affidavit was telling us the truth.
I couldn't agree with you more.
It is not customary prosecutorial practice to do an inquisition or a review of every factual statement made by an FBI agent or a state police officer in preparing a warrant. If you have the slightest hint that something is wrong, you definitely pursue that. But the focus is more, does this warrant fit the criminal case that we are making? And that is the nature of the review at that level. And you would hope that the factual stuff would be sorted out before it got to the Deputy Attorney General.
I think that is a fair rendition of the way the system plays out. And I know people are frustrated about accountability, but I think Rosenstein probably did what you're talking about. I think Ms. Yates did the same thing.
Ms. Yates owns accountability for this by virtue of her position, having overall
I agree with you.
responsibility.
I agree.
But that's a different specific question.
And I'll just state for the record, I don't believe Rosenstein or Ms. Yates intentionally submitted false information to the court. With that, Senator Klobuchar is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And
Ms. Yates, there you go.
Okay, good.
That's Ms. Klobuchar.
To see you, Ms. Yates. Yeah, I want to take a moment, having been listening to the last questions, I want to take a moment to actually thank you for your dedicated service to our country. I have spent some time in your state of Georgia and know how respected you are from your time as U.S. Attorney on both sides of the aisle, and also all that you did is such an example for career employees in the Justice Department, because that was you, and you've spent your career working on justice. And so I want to thank you for that, and don't want the people watching this hearing to have a different impression of you, who I greatly admire. And I think it's really important as we look at Senator Hawley's questionings, not to lose sight of the context in which the investigations into Michael Flynn and Carter Page took place, which was a concerted Russian effort to interfere with our elections, an effort that continues to this day. We all know that. Many of us, it's been public, and we recently had some classified briefings that I can't go into, but we know this is continuing. As Deputy Attorney General, you received and reviewed intelligence about Russian interference in our 2016 election and helped to coordinate the response. What was your understanding of that attack, which, by the way, has been verified by Trump intelligence officials, people that were appointed by this president, including Dan Coates, the director of intelligence, who once said that they were emboldened and getting bolder, including Christopher Reyes said similar things. Has the United States ever confronted a coordinated effort by a foreign power of this magnitude to interfere in our election?
Let me thank you for your very kind words, Senator Klobuchar. I really appreciate that. But secondly, your point is actually spot on. The attack, and let's be really clear about this. This was an attack on our democracy. And this attack was absolutely unprecedented. the Russians were coming at us with through multiple means. There was an organized effort to break into the DNC and to hack the emails and to systematically release them. There was a social media campaign aimed at Hillary Clinton. As I said, they were monkeying around in the state election systems. All of this is going on, and then we find that it is for the purpose of trying to put the thumb on the scale for one particular candidate here to try to aid the election of Donald Trump and to hurt Hillary Clinton. And then beyond that, we find out then early on from Mr. Papadopoulos that the Russians had actually reached out to the Trump campaign prior to this release of emails, offering and suggesting that they could assist with the anonymous release of emails. So this was an unprecedented attack on our democracy and an investigation that required all of the intel community and everybody else to really bore down on this to try to figure out what happened.
And when you last testified before this committee in May of 2017, we talked about the dangers of having a high-ranking security official like former National Security Advisor Mike Flynn caught on tape with a foreign official saying one thing in private and then caught in public saying another thing to the Vice President of the United States. That would be Vice President Pence. Just so we are clear on the dangers of national security officials being compromised in this way, can you talk about the national security risks of blackmail?
You know, this is a classic technique of the Russians. Look, you don't want anybody within the U.S. government to be compromised with a foreign adversary. But here, our great concern was that the Russians knew that General Flynn had not only engaged in these back-channel discussions with him, but that he was misleading. He had lied about it to the vice president and others. And beyond just lying to them, he had actually sent them out to lie to the American people about it.
Remember that case with the vice president who didn't know, and he was lied to by Flynn. Mm-hmm.
That's right. And it seems like a lifetime ago right now, but it was a big thing at the time. And exactly the kind of thing that we were fearful about. It would give the Russians potentially leverage over General Flynn.
Mm-hmm. And just last things I wanted to ask about here is the special counsel found that Russian interference in our election was, quote, sweeping and systematic. And the investigation ultimately, as you know, resulted in 34 indictments of individuals and convictions of 6 of the president's associates advisors on federal charges. Are you aware of any facts that call into question the finding in the special counsel's report that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion, or that the Russian government perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and work to secure the